for questions, like he said, we can reach out to him. Professor Allen will make available his contacts for those of us who have questions with regards to his lectures, so we can open communication in that regard. Right away, we are going to continue with our session for yesterday. We couldn't complete that session. We want to please appeal to those who are scheduled to start this morning. We just need to take those people we couldn't take yesterday. Then after that, we'll continue. So it is my privilege to invite Professor Kiale to this podium. Let's put our hands together for him. Professor Kiale will be chairing this, this session. And for all those whose sub-team falls within political governance, is it political governance? Yes. Please make your way down to this podium. Please come and sit here so that you make your presentations. Those who were supposed to, Dr. Ferguson, who else? Those 4 persons who were, Major, sir. Yes. Those 4 persons who were supposed to make, Dr. Ferguson, those people who were supposed to make presentations yesterday. Political governance, federalism, and development. If your sub-team falls within this, please, you are invited to the podium so that you can make your presentation. At this point, I'll hand over the microphone to Professor Kiale to coordinate this session. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Justice. Good morning, dear colleagues. We'll go straight to, I think there were about 4 people yesterday. Titule, you are supposed to be here. Not this session. Oh, okay. All right, so so quickly join us on the high table and then we'll start immediately. All right, so we are going to start straight. 10 minutes for presentation, 5 minutes for comments and questions. So I'll start again on my right with Ferguson Amalbi. He's going to speak to us on the topic, the politics of coalition in Nigeria, the game changer for national politics. 10 minutes.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. My name is Ferguson Amalbi. I'm here to present a topic or an article, the politics of coalition in Nigeria, the game changer for national politics. Now, we could agree that the Nigerian political landscape has undergone some significant changes since the return of democracy or democratic rule in 1999. And coalition building has also seen as a strategy, a tool for gaining political power. However, this coalition building and coalition politics has also demonstrated in 2013 to 2015 that Nigeria, not just Nigeria, but Kenya and India, has demonstrated that these politics can also, in a way, influence the political outcome. It is against this backdrop that this work wants to investigate or interrogate or seek to explain whether coalition is seen as sustainability, democratic sustainability, or as an elite's form of way of satisfying their satisfying their means to access to economic or political power. Now, this work is anchored or adopted rational choice theory propounded by Anthony Dams in 1957. It says that the political behavior is influenced by individual interests and is invested with selfish interests in overall, that these interests that each political actors, whether political parties or individual, calculates the cost, not just the cost, also the benefits in before they take a certain actions or a certain decision. Now, going into the findings, the work went further to look at the political parties, coalition, that individuals form into coalition first to have access to state resources. And it is also with a weak ideology, not just a weak ideology, but these have become powerful individuals who exact these particular politics. Then he said that in a bit of these, that the work also find that after they have gained the power or have access to political power, there has been internal conflicts. And these internal conflicts in such a way has also reduced the sustainability of democracy. And it also has affected or influenced the electoral outcomes. And the work further recommended that there should be regulation, party discipline. They should review the constitution of the party, each party, against anti-defection or cross-carpeting. And it's also the work also suggests that there should be ideological restructuring and capacity building, and then the institution should, in a way, be strengthened, not to have a powerful individual, but a powerful institution. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Ferguson. You save a lot of time for us to reflect on the paper. So, colleagues, questions or comments that would enhance the paper? So the floor. Yes, Justice. Can we have the other mic?
That happened in 2015. 2013 that led to the 2015 election. Is it really a game changer? Has it reshaped the political space in Nigeria? And you talked about restructuring party rules and policies or constitution to stop cross-carpeting. Do parties have such powers? Is it the responsibility of political parties, or it should be a national policy, a constitutional policy, right? So you made mention of political parties strengthening their rules to, against cross-carpeting. So I want to find out, is it really in their, within their powers to do so?
Good morning, everybody. Now, you spoke about game changer and you talk about coalition. And I tried to look back historically in Nigerian politics, and I have not seen any successful coalition. The first was NCNC, I mean, the one between MPC and NCNC, which did not succeed. In 1983, there was an attempt to form a coalition to remove MPN from power, which collapsed. We didn't talk about the second election in 1964, which all collapsed. An attempt by AD to join with parties to contest against Obasanjo also collapsed. So at what point are we actually drawing a conclusion of a game changer? Thank you.
Yes.
Good morning, everybody. I want to thank our colleague for a wonderful paper and a well-taught paper. Presentation too was good, but I have one or two concerns about the issue of coalition. What is the motive for coalition? How does it strengthen our democracy, our democratic sustainability, or democratic consolidation? If you look at the motif, like presently we have politicians gathering, elites, political elite gathering in ADC. You ask yourself, where are they gathering? What do they intend to achieve? How do that gathering help the people of the populace, the citizens of Nigeria? These are the questions. And once people are not involved in this coalition, once the people are not, we don't have a mechanism where we can carry the people along. At the end of the day, it's just elites trying to grab power from another set of elites. That is the bottom line. It's not as if they want to strengthen democracy. It's not as if they want to push the development agenda, but it's all about power. It happened during Jonathan's time, and it is happening now.
Yes.
It is happening now. If you look at all the characters, I tend to see them as strange bedfellows. Like when APC came on stream, I used to describe APC as a political salad. What do I mean by that? Those of you that, thank God we have some women here. If you make salad, you can conveniently pick the different components out of salad. Am I saying something that makes sense? There is no gelling, political gelling. And that's the same thing that's going to happen to this ADC arrangement.
Thank you.
How does it now strengthen our democracy? That's my. Then you use a term. Yes, I'm trying to. I remember you use a term. Ideological restructuring. Please, I want you to explain that term. Thank you very much.
Okay, give the prof in the front.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you, Mr. Presenter, for your contribution with regard to your paper. I just wanted you to reflect on one, coalitions by their nature do not necessarily provide stability for governance. We have seen what has happened in the West, you know, in France, in Germany. We also have a lot of lessons from South Africa with regard to the nature and the disruptive nature of coalitions, especially if there is no framework in place with regard to how do we work together. Yes, because it cannot be everything goes. Yes. So I'd just like your reflections with regard to that framework. If coalitions are going to work, what would the framework look like? I don't know if you have given thought to that. Thank you.
Okay, interesting conversation with regard to an interesting topic, especially in our context. I'll add to what Prof has said so that you take it as part of your random reflections. Is it really coalition that is even taking place in Nigeria? When you look at it critically, is it really coalition? We can, for me, I can describe it as maybe a grand defection, and then after that, they move on. So for me, I do not think that there is actually a coalition taking place. A group of people are just defecting. I mean, like we are saying, they move, one person just move and go with all other people, and they gather they get power, and that's the end of it. The places that Prof has referred to, you can see some level of stability within the coalition for some time before it collapses. But in our own case, it's just to grab power, and that's the end of it. So how does it become a process for game changer like you mentioned? Okay, before we will respond.
Now, I would like to align my thinking with yours. I think that concept, coalition, is rooted in the lived constitutional experience of democracies. And so if we take it literally, coalition, we are very likely to be missing the point, because what is happening in Nigeria may not or should not be seen as a form of coalition, because someone has asked, what is the intention? What is the motive? And you have made very profound statements. Politicians lack, most of our political figures or those in politics lack basic political principles and morality, in terms of moving from one political space to another. So I think that what is happening is not coalition. What is happening is mere movement based on interest, very self-centered, interest. We cannot conveniently say that what is happening is a form of coalition.
Presenter.
Thank you very much for every individual scholars who are here to strengthen the work. Well, first of all, what is the primary reason of political party? Is to have access to power. And that is why democracy has come to stay, and it has come to stay in Nigeria. And then this, whether it has coalition worked in 1962, 1964, and all of that, but 2013 between 2013 and 2015 has demonstrated the aerodynamism of democratic system. That a certain group of persons, in quote, coalition in Nigeria practically is elites fighting for survival. Because the issue of, if we bring it down, individual walking up because they are powerful and saying, we're not going to support our party. We're going to support a certain individual in another party. That shows that even your party has a weak institution. Not just a weak institution, we have a weak institution and a weak ideology. And then the issue of anti-party activity has also not been dealt with, because the institution which is supposed to also, the internal mechanism of the party is so weak. And you cannot also go to court because the court has not been the last hope of the common man. So Nigeria is in a very confused state, but it's a process in making. And we have transformed it. It has worked in 2015. That is why some powerful individuals are also saying in 2027 that we're going to form such alliance just for the purpose of two purposes. One, to get the power. And then two, to have access to state resources. And that makes them more powerful and more relevant to the system. Thank you, sir. What? Sorry? Just we should come out. You are making us scared. Yeah. Do we have a coalition politics here? Yes. 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 What was it? A merger. Party mergers. Yes. Party merger is also in the work. Yeah.
I think I've made my point. It is not a coalition. Rather, it is a merger. Let me take, for example, APC is a new political party altogether. A new name that's now brought into being. Some political parties fizzled out into APC and did not merge. You get what I'm trying to say? So what if you are explaining what happened between 2013 and 2015 as a coalition, it is a mistake. It was a merger. Now, when you look at what is trying to happen now in ADC, we have not had more than 2 political parties trying to answer and into ADC. We have a group of people and individuals who are leaving political parties to enter into a party. Now, in what basis can you classify that as a coalition? For me, rather, this one is not even merger, because those individuals are not coming in the name of a political party, an existing political party. They are entering into ADC as individuals with their supporters. So they are just like changing parties, or what we call defections in Nigeria. And there's no basis to refer to that movement as merger. So the point I have made now is that between 2013 and 2015, what happened cannot be called coalition. It is a merger. Then what is happening now cannot also be referred to as a coalition. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much for your input. I think we have taken all the contributions from the floor. Any other person that would like to make a contribution? Otherwise, I think your paper has been well received. That's why you're getting a lot of feedback, yeah? So just make notes of some of the things that you need to reflect on and just strengthen it a bit more. Otherwise, thank you very much for your input. Yeah, much appreciated. All right, colleagues, we're going to take the next few presentations, still on the issue of political governance. I'm going to hand over to the next speaker. He will introduce himself, introduce his paper, and then get on to the business of the day. Sir, you have 10 minutes for your presentation, and then we'll open up the floor for 5 minutes engagement. Thank you very much. Sorry.
Good morning, Madam Chair, distinguished professors, fellow participants. My name is Henry Ayama Saowe. I am presenting a paper this morning titled Regional Bodies in Conflict Resolution, the African Union and ECOWAS in Perspective. Now, you may wonder why this kind of topic falls into this conference under the theme of politics and governance. As you can see from the theme, we have politics, we have sustainable development, We all know the dictum that there can be no development if there is no peace, and you cannot have peace without security. So it's on that basis that this paper finds relevance. With the end of the Cold War in about 1989, the proxy wars between superpowers ceased. But what we saw happen was now a preponderance of several conflicts across continents, especially in Africa, both interstate and internal crises. And these were aggravated because of issues of hunger, maladministration, ethnicity, and all the like. So all over Africa, there were wars, Angola, Somalia. When we come to West Africa, you have Liberia, Sierra Leone, etc. Now, in 2002, Boutros Ghali released the document Agenda for Peace, wherein he called on regional bodies to step up to resolve conflicts in their regions. And what we saw was the response by most regional bodies, especially in West Africa, where ECOWAS really did a very good job. And then on the continental scale, AU also stepped up to stepping into some of the conflicts that were prevailing in the continent with credible results. So in spite of all these efforts, we saw that the situation of conflicts continued unabated. And there was the need to take some credible steps to put an end to all of them. Now, the regional bodies, principally the AU and the ECOWAS that we are considering, came up with certain instruments and protocols and frameworks. Those are the conflict resolution mechanisms, so to say. And this paper seeks to interrogate those mechanisms and see how effective they have been in stemming the tide of all the conflicts across the continent and the sub-region. Essentially, the idea was to have African problems being solved by Africans, because the international society didn't have the inclination, neither did they have the resources nor interest to continue to support us. And AU and ECOWAS did well in doing just this. So now the research questions, I tried to look at some critical things as far as this topic was concerned. The first is, what are the conflict resolution mechanisms? What are those frameworks and protocols that are in place? And secondly, how effective have they been in tackling the issues of conflict and ensuring peace and stability and democratic governance on the continent and in the sub-region? And lastly, we try to look at the relationship between the AU and the ECOWAS conflict resolution mechanisms, as well as how the effectiveness of these mechanisms and how they can be improved. Those were the 4 key areas that this study inquired into. Now, the theoretical framework for the study was the comparative analysis framework. Essentially, that is looking at the AU and ECOWAS side by side, looking at the inputs and the outputs of the efforts that they made, and how well that has translated into birthing sustainable peace and development in their respective spheres. Now, essentially, the study did an overview of the conflict resolution mechanisms in ECOWAS and AU. Now, beginning with ECOWAS, when the erstwhile OAU was scrapped in 1999 at the State Declaration in Libya, the African Union was born. The first document was called the Constituent Act of the AU. And the principal objective was to defend the sovereignty, territorial integrity, and independence of member states, and then to promote stability on the continent, peace and stability on the continent. So the Constitutive Act was the founding document for the mechanism that the AU used in handling conflicts across the continent. Following this, there was the AU Peace and Security Committee that was established. At inception, the OAU had 9 organs, and then the Constitutive Act also had 9 organs, but none of them targeted peace and security per se. So the Peace and Security Committee was established as the 10th organ, and their mandate was to engage on all activities to make sure there was peace and security on the continent. The last organ was what they call the African Peace and Security Architecture. This was the framework or the platform based upon which all the activities of the AU for peace and security were born. Principally, all activities of mediation, preventive diplomacy, peacekeeping, and all post-conflict peace building. This was the platform for it. It's called the APSA for short. Now for the ECOWAS. ECOWAS had some founding protocols. After the ECOWAS Treaty of 1975, there was in 1978 the Protocol of Non-Aggression, and then following which in 1981 there's the Protocol of Mutual Assured Defense. These were the founding protocols upon which ECOWAS, which has succeeded more than any other regional grouping in maintaining peace and security in their sphere. Following this, there was the ECOWAS protocol relating to mechanisms for conflict prevention, management, resolution, peacekeeping, and security. It's a mouthful. Just call it the ECOWAS protocol. So it was signed in Lomé in 1999. And this is the umbrella mechanism upon which ECOWAS solves all conflict-related issues on the continent. Now, the very principal and key, a parallel to the Peace and Security Committee of the AU is the Mediation and Security Committee of the ECOWAS. And they have the mandate to execute all activities to promote peace and security in terms of operations, mediation activities, and peacekeeping on the continent. I will now go to the effectiveness of the conflict resolution mechanisms. Okay, I will just quickly. So in doing this, we did the comparative analysis of the ECOWAS and the AU, and we saw that the effectiveness of these mechanisms was required to understand the structures and the frameworks. And looking at all of this, we saw the complementarity of the two. They were similar, but a little bit diverse in certain respects. The structures were the same. The processes and strategies were very common. And the methodology and the mechanisms were also very common. Essentially, it bordered on peacekeeping, peacemaking, preventive diplomacy, and coercive diplomacy in a few cases like in ECOWAS. And then there was mediation and peacekeeping. So lastly, I'll just go into the major findings of the study as I wrap up. Well, it is important to say that the relationship between the two was cooperative and collaborative, and there was a lot of ideas sharing. ECOWAS and AU worked in sync most times. Several times AU deferred to ECOWAS to handle matters within the sub-region while they gave the necessary guidance. I would like to close by looking at the major findings of the study, and then I will end with recommendations. So some issues that affected the effectiveness of the conflict mechanisms are political factors. There was the issue of the dichotomy between the Anglophone and Francophone. There was the issue of regional hegemony. There was a lot of political will among the leaders and all such kinds of difficulties and conditions. So there was also the issue of logistics and funding. There wasn't enough funds available for both ECOWAS and the AU to prosecute or to undertake some of the peace and security activities they needed to do, principally in the area of peacekeeping. So I had proposed in this paper that the Africa Peace Fund needed to be rejigged. And since the Africa Peace Fund only provides 25% of the funding requirements from some of their partners, there was the need to expand and look at other agencies that could come in and bridge the gap requirement for funding. Right, so in conclusion, I can say that the study concluded that whereas the structures were similar, for ECOWAS, they had a very agile and flexible process, but the AU had a slower process. You can understand that they are larger, so it was built on collaboration and consensus building. So it is very important for me to also mention the aspect of the peacekeeping, the standing peacekeeping force arrangements. ECOWAS has the ECOMOG, and AU has the African Standby Force, which is to comprise of brigades from the 5 regional groupings. For ECOWAS, it is 1 battalion each from the 16 countries in the sub-region. So troop contribute countries were reluctant to contribute troops, sometimes for political reasons, at other times for lack of funding, and because of disagreements in certain respects. I have some recommendations. The first one is that African leaders should adopt a more cooperative stance and build consensus so that regional and sub-regional matters can be resolved quickly instead of personal and country interest prevailing. I also recommended that the Africa Peace Fund should be rejigged to finance peace support missions and other operational activities of peace and security, both in the AU, Africa at whole, and in ECOWAS. Countries, sub-regional, regional economic communities can subscribe to the AU, the Africa Peace Fund, to get the funding they require for their operations. I also advocated that the standing peacekeeping force arrangement should be strengthened. If you have a credible military force that can respond and deploy in a very timely rapid time frame, we can be able to obviate some of the issues that have been confronting us. Lastly, I advocated that the regional early warning mechanisms should be activated. There are arrangements both at the AU level and at ECOWAS, but they are not strong enough. The structures are not there, but they've not been applied, and they're not so effective. So that was very, very critical to the attainment and advancement of peace and security on the continent. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your contribution. I'm going to hand over right back to the chair, who is right here, to carry on with the session. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof, for holding brief. Okay, so you've listened to our general speak. Any question or comments? Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Uyabara Felix. I want to thank my colleague for a very wonderful presentation of your paper. It has been an eloquent one. But I want to express some concerns about the paper. I hear you talk about the effectiveness of the AU and the ECOWAS in maintaining peace and security. I don't have your paper in full, but from your presentation, I don't know if you made any case-specific case study experimentation to measure the effectiveness that you are talking about, that the ECOWAS and the AU supposedly to have achieved in their peace efforts in the continent. I say this because there's very many experiences that we have, the AU and the ECOWAS carried out peace operations in West Africa and in Africa. And a few of us, some of us are familiar with how it all turned out. So I would have loved a situation where you had made case-specific, experience to say that in so and so country, the AU did this, and this was the effectiveness rate, and the ECOWAS in the same vein. Thank you.
Okay, good contribution. Any other person? Yes. Just go straight.
I'm good news, sir. ECOWAS is 50. One would expect that a paper of this would have given the strengths, the successes and failures of peacekeeping operations and similar issues in this kind of presentation at this time.
Okay. Any other person?
You keep on saying, if I could understand from your point of view, funds, scarcity of funds. And we have come to know that fund has been a problem. Now, is there any alternative means in which these issues or conflict could be resolved?
Any other person? Okay, thank you, presenter. What I would just add as part of maybe respond or taking care of in your paper is that you need to update the paper to make it current so that we know whether, for instance, ECOMOG is still existing or you are looking at it from a particular time perspective so that we know you are dealing with this particular era. But if it is not, you are doing a time perspective and we need to know up to this point what you are talking about.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the other interventions. All right, so in this time frame, it was not possible to give the kind of case studies that you requested, referring to the first question. But in the paper, there were examples. In the full paper, there were examples of specific missions, operations, and activities of both the AU and ECOWAS to suggest that they did their best. The extent to which they succeeded is another matter. How challenging issues of peace and security are, especially when it comes to conflict resolution. For the AU, for example, you can refer to examples like Somalia. The AU was there before the UN took over. You can refer to Sudan. The AU was there before the UN stepped in. If you come to even the ECOWAS sub-region, of course, we are very familiar with Liberia, Sierra Leone, Mali, the Gambia, Equatorial Guinea, where even now there are active peacekeeping missions going on, So, and then secondly, because of the theoretical framework that I applied, which was the comparative analysis framework, I didn't go into specific case studies, but the paper contains several examples to illustrate just the activities of the AU and ECOWAS and how those mechanisms have worked well. So the second question, talking about the success and failures and alternative means. Of course, the focus of the paper was on the conflict resolution mechanisms themselves, those tools and instruments that these regional bodies have used in attending to conflicts that have come up within their respective spheres. So it didn't go into the aspect of the alternatives, but you know that both bodies have some in the structure, they have some role for preventive diplomacy, which can clearly fall as one of the alternatives. For example, the AU has the panel of the wise, you know, so there are a body of elders that can be able to step in and intervene and mediate so that conflicts don't get beyond certain borders to go into full-blown contestations. Right, so for the last question, I'm sorry. All right, sir. So, Prof, now talking about updating the paper, this is well taken, sir. But the point I wanted to make is that ECOWAS, ECOMOG is still existing. In fact, under the Mediation and Security Committee of ECOWAS, there are 3 pillars that support their work. The first is the Committee of Chiefs of Defense Staff. And then the second is what they call the ECOMOG Ceasefire Monitoring Group. So whichever force is assembled at any time, we still carry the name ECOMOG. So the ECOMOG structure is standing there. I just felt to point that out. And I want to thank all the contributors for their inputs. Thank you.
Good morning, and thank you for the privilege. My name is Bobai Joseph Jackson. I'm from Edwin Clark University. The title of the paper I'm presenting is Conflict Management in the Niger Delta, Challenges and Prospects. The crux of the paper is to remind us that the issue of conflicts in the Niger Delta arising from environmental degradation, resource conflict, control, and poverty, among several others, is still lingering and has not been sufficiently addressed and managed. And therefore, there is need for us to continue the search. What I mean is research on measures that will properly manage the conflicts in the Niger Delta. The paper is anchored on the social conflict management theory as propounded by the great Karl Marx to explain the nature of the conflicts in the region and how it can be properly managed. It is a qualitative research relying on existing literature. What then is the nature of conflicts in the region? The paper identified the nature of conflict in the region in 4 dimensions. 1, the inter-community conflict dimension, the intra-community conflict dimension, the community versus oil company conflict dimension, then the community versus federal government's dimensions. The paper also identified that these conflicts are motivated by several factors, which include the lingering environmental degradation in the region, the escalating poverty in the region, the failed expectation, as we know, that the discovery and exploitation of oil brings this high expectation of better standard of living to the people. And at the point, we know that the expectations failed, and that also contributes to the lingering conflicts in the region that is yet to be properly managed. The paper also identified the strategies that have been used by both federal government, oil companies, and communities at some point to see how conflicts can be resolved or managed in the region. And as the paper identified the communities adopted measures like petition, protests at some point, and sometimes threats to sabotage some company facilities. And also, oil companies have adopted some measures, and which mostly revolves around CSRs. What I mean is social corporate responsibilities or corporate social responsibilities to host communities or oil-bearing communities. And federal government, as we know, has adopted some measures, mostly looking at force at some point, and also looking at the establishment of agencies like the NDDC to resolve the conflict or manage the conflict in the region. The paper identified the fact that despite these measures, the challenges as regards conflict management in the region, they still lingering, and the issues has not been resolved. And these issues, as identified in the paper, are issues of resource control and ownership, issues of environmental degradation, issues of youth employment, unemployment, and poverty, among several other issues that are unresolved in the region. What then can be done for us to properly manage the conflicts in the region? The paper has identified a number of prospects, which includes ensuring sustainable environmental management and restoration initiative. Also identified inclusive dialogue and engagement, particularly at the grassroots level. Also identified strengthening governance and accountability in the region, because the paper find out that at some point, the internal leadership factor also needs to be structured rightly in terms of accountability. Based on the prospects identified and the challenges, the paper concluded and recommended rightly that there is need for proper community engagement, like I mentioned earlier, particularly at the stakeholders level, community stakeholders level, because they bear the lots of the negative externalities associated with the issues of oil exploitation that has brought about the conflicts in the region. The paper also recommends promoting environmental sustainability, and finally recommends proper resource control system that will allow the region to manage resources. Thank you, and God bless you.
Beautiful presentation. Presenter, you say 4 minutes for us. Comments? Yes, sir.
Sorry. Good morning. My name is Dr. Emmanuel from UWC. Sorry, that was a very interesting presentation. But I'm just I want to ask you a little question. You said it's a qualitative study focused on literatures, right? Not empirical data, right? That means it's like you conducted a systematic literature review, right? So I'm just trying to find out how, what are the criteria for the selection of the papers that you use to conduct the study? And secondly, what are the criteria that you identify the themes that you use to conduct the study? That's all I want. Thank you very much.
Thank you, presenter. My name is Chinedu Eti from Babcock University. Interesting paper, but I'd just like to perhaps suggest that because you identified 4 areas in which the conflict in the Delta is concentrated on. And these 4 areas have their nuances, which I do not think that they have to be generalized. So for proper contextualization, you might probably need to focus on one of the areas of the conflict in the Delta, so as to do a very good research on that. Secondly, why have the interventions, the federal government interventions, failed? I think you might probably need to do more research to find out why, because like I see in your recommendations, if the core issues are not dealt with, those recommendations may not really be workable, in solving the problems of the Delta. Thank you.
Last person.
Good morning. My name is Dr. Sam Kalabo. I'd like to appreciate a colleague who has just done a good paper, in my opinion. However, I'd like to also draw his attention to certain issues, notwithstanding that I haven't had the benefit of reading the full paper. If you look at Niger Delta, in relation to conflict, there are 2 major issues. The politics of oil in the Niger Delta is one of the major causes. So one would expect that you should pay a very critical attention to it. And then the economic dimension of it. Why is it that the various interventions by the federal government and even some of the state governments have not been able to address the issues? So you need to look at critically, or what you may call the political economy of the conflicts. Now, if you juxtapose that with what is going on in the country, what I call institutionalization of regional development, creating regional development commissions in all the 6 geopolitical zones. Okay, would that really address our problem? In the South-South, for instance, we have the Niger Delta, okay, which is a commission specifically established to address issues of socioeconomic development. And then you have the South-South Development Commission. Why is it that they have not been able, even though the South-South Development Commission is relatively new, they have not been able to address the issue? So the politics and economics of conflict are critical. No matter the number of interventions, agencies, and commissions that are created, if the economics and politics of the conflict are not properly addressed, and drawing from the theoretical framework that you have used in analyzing the paper, I doubt whether we'll be able to make any reasonable progress. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So, presenter, align with what the other speaker said. You are dealing with so many broad topics. You may wish to pick one and deal with it squarely so that your recommendation will also fit into that. But if you want to look at the whole conflict that is in the Niger Delta, the volume will be too big for you. So maybe you have to respond.
Thank you very much. I think this shows our love for the region, Niger Delta. And all the contributions, comments are quite interesting to me to improve the quality of this paper. I think the first question, comments or question, let me put it that way, is regarding the criteria for the selection of the literature I use, since it's a qualitative research. The paper. Please, it's a qualitative research, as I said. It has to do with existing journals, articles, okay, and magazines, okay. I think that is what we, those are the set of literatures we actually use. Then as regards to focusing on a particular area of conflict, I think is well noted. I think we'll work on that and see how we can make the paper a good paper. Then the issue of economic dimension and political dimension, I think it's a very valid and relevant point. We'll consider that as well. Thank you.
Okay. I know that you are the main person, but our time is up.
Yeah, I will be very smart.
Okay, 30 seconds.
Thank you very much. Given that the full paper was submitted, I know that a number of us have not been able to have the privilege of looking at the paper. But however, the comments made are noted, and but the fact remains that the paper is focused. The paper, clearly, demonstrated the fact that we focus on an area. If you look at it, conflict management in the Niger Delta, challenges and prospects. That's the title of the work. And within the purview of that title, we have made significant effort in addressing the issue. But that said, all the comments are noted and we'll use that to improve on the work. Thank you and God bless.
Thank you. It's at your own discretion, the author. Finally, Nelson.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Nelson Okene, and the co-author's name is Ebiye Donald Egbebirin. The title of our paper is Alternative Dispute Resolution, a Tradition Forgone. This is a theoretical paper, and we relied on secondary sources for data. We use the Marxian dialectics as the theoretical underpinning in assessing the progress and the challenges of traditional conflict resolution mechanisms. So the theoretical issues that we considered is first, when we speak of traditional in alternative dispute resolution, the literature refers more to that tradition as being the Western court system, while the alternative dispute resolution mechanisms are informal versions of the same Western conflict resolution mechanisms. So we ask the question, where is the African traditional conflict resolution mechanisms? Because tradition is supposed to refer to indigenous practices. But now in alternative dispute resolution, we refer to the court system as the traditional system as against the alternatives, which are the informal versions of the same Western tradition. So for us, that's an issue that we need to deal with in the literature on conflict resolution, as that has also affected the practices. In the practice, we see that because of the negative or the effects of the Western court system, which is adversarial, which is very expensive, and the politics that have also been infused into the legal system, there is a lot more recourse to technicalities rather than evidence in the judgment of the courts. And because of that, now we have judgments that do not produce justice. The court system is supposed to give justice, but now we have judgments without justice that rely more on technicalities. And so we realized that also in the population of Nigeria, most of the population is still in the informal sector. And the Western court system is more effective in the formal sectors. And in this informal sector, a lot of cases are not well handled and managed because of the lack of attention and interest of government in helping to build the traditional conflict resolution mechanisms. And by traditional here, I mean indigenous, as opposed to the Western court system. These are the issues that we explored in this paper. Now, part of our findings is that because of the recourse to technicalities in the modern court system for handling cases, there is now an inclination towards what we describe as judiciary instead of judiciary. The judiciary will be for the court system, and judiciary is a recourse to the native or the traditional court system. And there are two key elements of this judiciary. One of the elements for us is the use of technicalities rather than evidence, because that does not follow legalism and logic in administering justice. The other aspect of the judiciary, which could be positive and negative, is the use of spirit mediums as judge and jury. Spirit mediums now we mean going to shrines and all that. Now sometimes it produces justice, but at some other times too it can be very negative, because most of the time, if it leads to death, there is no appeal to the spirits in order to reverse the damage that has already been done. So in our recommendations, we recommend that the government should be more involved and interested in building the traditional or indigenous dispute resolution mechanisms so that it will be better regulated and guided to play its role, because there's a big gap that it ought to fill in the informal sector that is presently not being met by the modern court system, and is also not being met by the informal aspect of that modern court system, which we currently call the alternative dispute resolution mechanisms. That is the core context of the work. We also recommend that scholars should take cognizance that the usage of traditional and alternative conflict resolution mechanisms should be reserved for indigenous practices as against the modern court system, because that modern court system is Western and not traditional. Thank you.
You are going to generate another debate again, Nelson. Good one. Okay, so comments or question? Yes, sir. Who has the mic?
I actually want to commend Dr. Okene. You know, it's actually going to be an interesting reading. I would like to have the full work. Partly because I know that Professor Kiale there, you know that we've been working on indigenous knowledge systems. And quite recently, you know, there was a work that was published far away in Germany. And I think it was sponsored in Canada, you know, from one university in Canada, Carleton University in Canada. And this is exactly not too different from what even Professor John Dee said yesterday. How about our knowledge systems? So I think if we go back, because again, the conventional mechanisms of resolving does not actually resolve conflict. We're talking about the judiciary now. The court system does not really resolve the issues. Because take for example, if there's a murder case, okay? Now, how are you going to be able to bring back, like you said, the life of the person? So eventually, again, also, when you go back to our own traditional systems, in some way, they actually bring about peace, absolute peace. But like the example you cited, even in that situation, when you go to the shrine and somebody dies, again, you cannot appeal again. So those are also problems, concerns that we need to take note of. But I think that it will be an interesting paper. Thank you and God bless.
Thank you, Prof. Any other person? I said it. 30 seconds. 30 seconds. Give to the first person. More than 30 seconds, I will stop you.
Thank you, Prof.
Please.
Owintamura Larry is my name. During my undergraduate days, our lecturer then took us on a topic, non-adjudicated method of dispute resolution. Then we discussed about the trial by ordeal. And also while the presenter was making his presentation, he made mention of the negative impact of the traditional method of dispute resolution. So I want the author to still highlight some of the negative impact of that to see whether that outweighs the positive.
Hello, my name is Tife Olabi. I would like to ask, in your paper, you talk about traditional way of dispensing justice. But I want to pose, I'm from a particular place in Bayelsa. That's what we call Eretusa, whereby a woman commits adultery, and the fellow has to pay just to ameliorate whatever has happened. Compared to what the normal court will do, which will by if somebody commits adultery, so that they sentence this person or whereby the person go for a particular judge. Which one do you think supersedes the other one? The one that somebody has to pay while you commit an adultery, or the one that is laid down by the traditional the justice system, the judiciary?
Please note the questions. Yes, sir. The one at the back, then we come to Prof.
Okay, thank you again. My name is Chinedu. Prof, interesting paper. Incidentally, my colleague and I here have been working on a paper in the same line. We are looking at the traditional means of settling conflict in our communities. And Professor Isioma would resonate with this. There's what we call Nchaka. It's a festival. And part of it is also a way of resolving disputes within family members even before the celebration starts off. So that brings me to say that you might need to expand the mechanisms to include other means that would not necessarily take you to the judiciary, right? Because because not all of the issues will go to the judiciary. I mean, we have some other festivals too that serve as conflict resolution mechanisms in the traditional systems. Thank you.
Excellent. The idea of alternative dispute resolution has been one-sided and majorly parted by the whites, and that is why I align with the traditional ADR. Like he said, we are working on that. I'm also working on another one, IFA philosophy and peace building. We have tended to throw away our traditions, and we need to do that. And one best way to do such kind of research is biographic narratives. Get the people actively involved, and we will see that there are more good than bad in our traditional mechanisms.
Excellent. He has a final big question to answer. Okay, they are coming to you, Prof.
My name is Harold Chukwupolo Obona. Very interesting paper. But first and foremost, let me make it clear that in our judicial system, the traditional method of dispute resolution, I mean, the use of juju, is recognized by the courts. For instance, if two people subject themselves to a traditional arbitration before you wake up, for instance, Ahmadiyya and Hososo, for instance, and Ahmadiyya, two of us have agreed and we subjected ourselves there, and I was given judgment by Ahmadiyya over a land dispute. You cannot relitigate it in our courts. Why? Because once the opposing lawyer gets knowledge of that, he will plead the sextopel that this matter, two of us have subjected ourselves before Ahmadiyya, and Ahmadiyya has taken a decision one way or the other. That's one. Two, even what we call the negative aspect of it, it's not even actually negative, because if two adults knowingly, consciously subject themselves before a third party to arbitrate their matter, knowing fully well that the consequence of this could be death, then there's absolutely nothing wrong with it. It becomes trial by ordeal when somebody is pushed into it. To me, what our problem is political corruption that has permeated even our traditional structures. If we can deal with the issue of corruption, our traditional method of dispute arbitration is cheap, it's affordable, it is timely, and the judgment that comes with it is absolute and eternal. People now go to court over matters that, in fact, sometimes you win a matter in court, you have to go back to court to enforce it. The cost of enforcing the judgment is more than what you use in litigating the matter. I'm paid 800,000 to do a case. I'll use 2 million naira to enforce it over one room that a tenant refused to vacate. By the time I get there, you see nothing. The man has left 2 nights ago, and I've just been in court for 8 years. But if it is juju, you don't need to ask for enforcement again. The juju gives his judgment and enforces it immediately.
Interesting. The first issue I want to observe is this. Scholars and researchers in alternative dispute resolution, conflict management are not doing enough in terms of practicalizing what they write about. So the problem with that is that not much is happening with our immediate environment, with society. So as scholars, can we simply think of how we can improve our capacity, moving from the level of theory and research to helping to resolve conflict, dispute in society, in our families? Interestingly, we've been resolving conflicts in our families. We've been addressing disputes, but we need to systematically do more. I think that the subfield of peace, conflict resolution is more practical than theoretical. So we need to respond more with practice. And now, we do not necessarily have to use spirit or spiritism. My learned colleague, I'm not a learned person, no. So we do not necessarily have to use spiritism to address disputes. But I think that ADR has come to stay in recent times. It's more entrenched in North America and Europe, but Africa needs to rediscover itself in terms of use of ADR. Because if you look at the states in Nigeria, at the moment, many state governments are coming up with laws, legal framework for promoting ADR. And a lot, there are so many stories of success of ADR, in these states that already have the legal framework for addressing ADR. Rivers State is one of them. Bayelsa is just coming up. Uyo is already there. Lagos has been there for a long time. So I think as scholars, let us do more for society, move beyond the level of publishing. We just publish and we're doing nothing. We need to solve the problem. Violence, the culture of violence is growing, and we need to be of help to society. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Prof. I couldn't pass on this one. I had to say something. Because this is an area that is very, very close to my heart as well. Indigenous knowledge systems. If you look at the positioning of the strategic documents of the AU, we're talking about Agenda 2063. Aspiration number 6 of the AU Agenda 2063 says that Africa's development must place Africans in the middle. And that includes hard knowledge, and those knowledge systems are valid. Often, we behave like our knowledge systems are not valid. We chase everything else in the world and leave ours. I differ a little bit with Prof, saying that we should be more practical. It is important that as academics we document. We have to document first, because then we are convinced and we convince others that there is a gem here. The truth is, these are low-hanging fruits that we can use to propel development. The alternative district disputes mechanisms is one we have been talking about, but there are a whole lot of others. If you look at the issue about monitoring and evaluation, very often government invests money in an area and we don't even know if the money is spent, what the benefit is, what the outcome is, vis-a-vis the traditional indigenous knowledge systems. I give you a quick example from Oberland. I recall many years ago, as a young child, when they make an announcement, the town crier comes along and says there's going to be the cleaning of the streams, the waterways. Every young man aged between 18 and maybe whatever else, 40, must show up and clean that water stream. All the young men must, capital, show up. Why? Because they know that they are being monitored, not only at a broader level, but their own age groups. There is no way they will not know you are missing. In other words, there are structures within communities that can assist with monitoring governance. We are just not deploying them. We don't think that they are useful, but the closer they are to us, the more useful they can be. Now, but we haven't documented this. So I have a challenge having to say this all the time, but my frustration is that the examples, the tools, the cases are not documented. And that is our own problem as academics. We have to document these things to show that we have indigenous knowledge systems that can support governance for a greater good. Talking to Professor Kelly here, I was just saying maybe that is something that can be an outcome that we can pursue from this conference, which is to have a book call that requires us to document how indigenous knowledge systems actually can support governance. I'm keen to pursue that, and I'm sure we'll put our heads together and send out a call in that regard. So I want to challenge you that very often what we're looking for, they say what we're looking for in Sapele is now in Sokoto or something of the sort. Yes, maybe I've got it wrong. Yeah. So let's look carefully. Yes, let's look for the gems. And many a times these gems are, it's more inclusive because you have people who are not in the urban centers. Right now, governance sort of alienates people who are not in the urban centers, yes, because they're in rural spaces. But if we use indigenous knowledge as a leverage, we will sort of include them, yes, because this knowledge is there. They understand it. In fact, they would lead, yeah? And majority of Africans are in rural centers across the continent, yes? Thank you so much. Sorry for taking your time.
No problem. Thank you. I mean, we are going to consider an award for Dr. Nelson. Haven't generated so much debate for both papers. One of the things that we have found with respect to what Professor Phillips said, is also the ability. I mean, that speaks to what Professor Jondis, highlighted yesterday. Sometime, and then again, the issue of practice comes in. Sometimes the basic issue that we are trying to confront is, how do we reconcile this? Christianity on one side, our beliefs on one side, and practice on one side. I was going to ask Nelson, because I know his Christian orientation, will he practice Juju Shari? So just run up 1 minute.
This in 1 minute. First, I'd like to thank everybody for the very rich contributions to the paper. Let me start from the last one. When I mentioned judiciary, I said clearly there are positive and negative parts to it. So, and again, at the level of conflicts, localized conflict. It's personalized, either on individual level or on the group level. It's not a religion that everybody will come to church to answer to. So if you are in conflict and you agree to subject yourself to a particular mode, then it works for you. And that to that extent, when we get to the bridge, we shall cross. Then generally, this paper is a form of advocacy for traditional or indigenous conflict resolution mechanism. So for those that raise questions asking which parts or what the negatives were, there are, of course, negative aspects. That's why our recommendation, we say that government should get more involved to regulate the practice and the administration of these traditional systems. Because whether it is in the traditional or in the modern system, there are a lot of cases where people take advantage and personalize it so that because of their own gains. But if it's regulated and you know that whatever judgment or position you take will also be reviewed, then you're more careful to do the right thing. And then we can get better outcomes. I don't know if I can remember all the questions now. Somebody asked between paying for adultery and having to go to prison, more like it. I hope I got it. Which one do I take? Now, I will prefer that you pay for it than you go to prison. That payment is a form of punishment, and you will also learn from it. Going to prison and locking you up there, and then you get hard and come out and even, increase your act does not solve the problem of society. Now, in a lot of cases, I think in Europe and America, there are a lot of crimes you commit. They don't even bother sending you to court. They just fine you and keep debiting that money from whatever your source of income is. No need to go to any place to judge you. So it is the fear of the fine that makes people to behave because they don't want to pay. But if you take them to court, they begin to look for how to evade judgment. I think altogether, I will take cognizance of the questions and the inputs and try to enrich the papers. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. On this exciting note, we want to say we have come to the conclusion of this panel. I want to thank again all the participants, their contribution, and the great presenters on the table, and Prof who helped to, chair in my brief absence. Thank you, everyone. We wish ourselves much more fruitful discussion as we move to the other session.
Thank you. Let's put our hands together for them. Thank you so very much. So we're about to proceed into the next session. It is my privilege to call on Professor Philip Okolo, who will be chairing this session. Prof, please. So let's put our hands together for Professor Philip Okolo as he steps forward to chair this next session. Okay, so let me call on those who fall within the session. Please, if you hear your name, some persons are also presenting virtually, but if you hear your name and you're seated here, please make your way down here. Ambrose Egwim. Yekalum Daniel, Prince Eze and Ferguson is a co-authored paper. I think the lead presenter will come. Harold, Gospel Lebari, Taiwo Olaiya, Johnson Alalibo, Professor Ile, Okay. Okay, good luck. But if I omitted your name and you're seated here and your sub-team falls within oil and development, ecological and resource governance, please. Oh, Cheta Winnie. So, but if you didn't hear your name and your sub-team falls within this, please kindly make, yes, sorry, Tife, yes, sorry, sir. So please kindly step forward, and Professor Philip Okolo will be chairing the session. I'll be handing over the microphone to Professor Philip to take on further proceedings. Thank you, sir.
Appears this panel is very rich because there are very many people presenting. But we thank God. Colleagues, we want to welcome you again to this second session, particularly for today. As you could see, all of you that will be presenting today under oil and development, ecological issues, and all should get ready now for the presentation. I think you have 7 minutes. I think it's 7 minutes before, 10 minutes. The last time I saw, because the number is so much. No, I don't want to be dictatorial. I don't want to be dictatorial. Okay, let's go with the 10 minutes. Otherwise, I would have loved to have 10 minutes, 7 minutes. Because you can actually do your presentation in 7 minutes. Yeah, so let's go with the 7 minutes. 7 minutes. Who is going to be our timekeeper? Yeah, that's all right. So 7 minutes. The first presenter, over to you.
You have had it 7 minutes, so we won't be going to protocols. All are observed. The title of the presentation by me, Dr. Ambrose Egwim, is The Changing Dynamics of Nigeria Petroleum and Politics. This paper examines the changing dynamics of Nigeria petroleum and Nigerian politics. It explains the historical, political, and structural changes in Nigerian federalism in terms of the changing features of the Nigerian economy, arguing that there is a relationship between the change in the domestic economics mainstay and the federal system in Nigeria, that the formation and development of federalism in Nigeria is intrinsically related to the economy of the country, reinforcing the classical Marxist claim that the substructure, the economy, is the primary determinant of the superstructure, and the significant shift in the economic foundation ultimately precipitates corresponding transformations in the political sphere. The methodology or the analytical framework here is economic determinism. The economic determinism is a Marxist approach to political economy that holds economic dynamics as construing political outcomes, arguing that economic forces drive changes in the socio-political organizations. Marxist political economic is both a discipline and a methodological or analytical tools. Nigeria's current socio-economic and political challenges are situated within the framework of an aging and unsustainable oil-based economy. The petroleum-dependent Nigerian state faces a structural crisis with a global movement towards decarbonization driven by international agreements like COP28. The institutional and constitutional design of Nigerian federalism, crafted to redistribute oil revenue, was a direct product of its now declining oil economic base. As oil revenue shrinks, the legitimacy and sustainability of political structure and arrangement that depended on it are being questioned, in this paper. The resistance to restructuring in Nigeria is interpreted through the lens of class dynamics, the vested interests of the reactionary class who would not surrender their privilege easily despite the erosion of economic base. The political elites and the state structure remain tied to an obsolete distributive model. So what are we trying to say? Let me speak to the paper. The Nigeria economic system has been changing from agriculture to oil and now to a tax-based economy. These changes in the economic base must have corresponding changes in the political structure. And it has been having this over the years. Under the agricultural structure, the political structure that carried the agricultural economy was a three-legged federal structure that had big regions. Under the petroleum structure, the military created 36 states and turned the federal system into a redistributive state where all the resources that comes from 9 states are used to sponsor 36 states. Now the economy has changed to tax-based economy where oil is no longer, seems because of decarbonization, in the next 30 years, it's expected that the resources from oil will become a redundant assets. Now, how will the Nigeria state fund itself? And with this structure of tax system still stands the tax-based economy. That is the focus of this structure. But we analyze this based on Marxist economic determinism, trying to say that hence the economy is changing to tax-based. It will not succeed, that Nigeria will not succeed with the existing tax system. There will be need to restructure the federal system to fit into the earnings of Nigeria. The Nigeria state cannot continue behaving as if they have all the money to run the system, that oil will be an everlasting source of resources. As oil, money that's coming from oil is declining, you can see, we noted that the tax structure will no longer be valid. It is better that Nigeria start thinking ahead to restructure the federal system to fit into their economic or their income and their sources of revenue. Now, we traced we noted the first economic structure, which is agriculture. We said that it was evenly distributed in the north, east, and west regions. Then in 1963, the fourth region was created. The summary was the economic base was agriculture. Politics was KC West federalism, which encouraged this decentralization. Now you will now move to petroleum economy. The summary is that the economic base was crude oil export. Politics was the redistributive federalism, a centralized fiscal relations. Now it encouraged creation of many states, and the federalism was highly centralized. Now we now notice we now analyze the new economy, which we call post-oil economy. We say the economic base will be on taxation and non-oil revenue, which includes VAT, custom, company income. Then the problem now lies on VAT. Why some states can raise enough VAT to run the system, other states are not any much VAT. From our analysis, we find out that Lagos State and Rivers State are more productive in terms of VAT. That brings up the argument that was on oil derivation has come back on VAT derivation. Then there is the emergence of a new politics of revenue. The need for restructuring arises. Now we have a table that shows viability of states. We noted that from 2022, okay, that finished. You would have given me 1 minute to round up. Okay, thank you very much.
It's okay. We thought that you were going to do your recommendations and all that. You didn't get there. Probably no,
more, I would have jumped to.
No, not necessarily. At least 7 minutes. When we say 7 minutes, you should be able to organize yourself, because you can actually give you only 5 minutes. It's all right, but I think the next presenters should take note. 7 minutes. Under the 7 minutes, you should organize yourself in a manner that you'll be able to touch on these vital areas of your presentation. That said, we want contributions and questions from the floor. This way. Who is with the microphone? Get it to him.
Good morning. My name is Dr. Emmanuel. Thank you very much. It's an interesting presentation based on the future of Nigeria, because I can say we are now moving from oil producing country to tax as a source of income. So I just want to ask you a little question, because some of the states in Nigeria are not viable enough to sustain themselves, of which they depend on the oil from the oil developing states to develop their own states. So now, what do you think will be the best option for those other states that don't have oil as a source of development? Because in years to come now, as you said, when oil will not be a source of income anymore for Nigeria, we now focus on tax. I believe some of the states are not so rich enough to sustain themselves. So what do you think would be the best option on how the tax could be used to sustain those states? Thank you very much.
But be minded, please, because of time, you have to be very smart about it. Thank you.
My name is Arochukwu Paul Obona. I think I want to clear the notion that there are parts of the Federation that are not viable economically. I think what the issue is that the political class have not tried to explore the potentials of their environments in order to gather the necessary resources. The dependence of oil was just a lazy approach. It's a lazy approach to the practice of political economy or the understanding of political economy. So if we truly want to diversify the economy, and people need to think in governance, and people need to take responsibility of governance, there is absolutely no part of the country that doesn't have the capacity to generate enough resources to run its own affairs. For instance, currently, the impact of the Chinese in rural communities in Nigeria is a challenge, particularly in parts of the southeast and the middle belt. The Chinese are there mining all kinds of solid minerals. And there is no database for this. There is no government, no proper coordination of their activities. So the billions the Chinese are making in our rural communities, in all kinds of investment and economic investment, are what those states ought to have latched onto over time. So first, we should alter our mining laws, or the laws of resource governance in the country must be altered. And that goes to the main issue of resource control, which has been a pending national question. So we must, whether we like it or not, alter our mining laws that will give opportunities, that will unbundle the laws and give opportunity that can fast-track initiatives to access resources locally, so that states can now explore their maximum potentials in resource generation and sustainability. That way, the theory or the idea of dependence on oil, in fact, you unbundle the political economy of the country. Thank you.
Is there any question or comment again?
Yes, sir. I wanted to ask, sorry.
No,
okay. When you actually, I think your paper is based on tax-based economy. I want to ask, how do you deal with the issue of tax evasion? And then, if we are actually moving from oil to a tax-based economy, what is the economic engagement? For instance, some state actors believe that before the current administration pronounced an end to the removal of subsidy, there would have been some arrangement on ground, like initiating certain projects around the country, so that some persons that have skills can actually fit in. From there, even if the price of oil actually rose and moved from a particular amount to a particular amount, they will definitely have something that will keep them by to remove them from such economic pressures. So what will your paper actually address the issue of tax evasion, like Mr. Dr. Olumide actually said? He's an economist. He said if you go to the Nigerian customs, that if they give you, if you're an importer, they give you 100 account numbers, 30 belongs to the federal government, and the rest goes into private accounts. So these are tax evasions and other things. So will your paper and your findings actually capture these two things? Because like this now, some persons are not captured into the microeconomy, and it's an issue. So how do you tax these people, and how do you bring everybody into the tax net?
It's your question, so
Yes, sir.
it's okay.
All right, sir.
I'm sure that you have noted. If there are no further, we can take maybe one more comment or question, particularly from a female. From a female, none. Okay, that's all right. You can.
Yes, I will start with the second person that said that no part of Nigeria state is not viable. I mean, in every part of Nigeria, all the states are viable. It is unfortunate that you did not project the slide I gave to you. I would have shown you the data. Viability here means states that can survive without federal allocated revenue from the oil sector. And there is a table that shows viability from 2022 to 2026. And when you look at it, it is only Lagos State that can survive. Or across these 10 years, it's only Lagos State that repeatedly that can survive without collecting oil-based revenue from federation account. That is the definition of not being viable. It means that if the money from oil ceases to exist, 35 states will not be able to pay salary. Therefore, in this our research, they are not viable. And that shows that if oil is becoming resources that will become outdated in the next 30 years, European Union has said that in 2030, that is about 15 years or so, 14 years or so, that will be all the cars in the European Union should be turned to electric cars. When this happens, the purchase of oil and the price will go down. Then that means that I've just proved to you that some states are not viable. Now, the next question that is, what options for states that, in fact, what happens that if oil becomes a redundant resources, it means that both states that produce oil and those that does not produce oil will be in the same problem. But the only problem is that some states can actually generate tax more than others, just as some states produce petroleum now and others do not. Some states like Lagos State, Lagos, in fact, has up to 75% of VAT, which states are arguing now whether it should be autonomous revenue raising. Okay, yeah, I'll conclude. Autonomous revenue earning for the states. Now, if VAS become autonomous revenue earning, that means only Lagos State and Rivers State could be said to be viable. Other states are not. Thank you very much.
I think that there are few things that few statements that you made that probably may not be very, very accurate. You said that some states will be able to generate tax. I don't think states will generate tax. If you are saying states will generate, for example, resources that could be taxed other than oil, fine. And also while you were presenting, you said that, oil, okay, a number of people who also intervened said something about the fact that oil will no longer be, but for a very long time, oil will still appear to, although we are saying we should move away from it, but in Nigerian context, it is difficult because again, even there are more fines. Nigeria is still spending money more to look for oil. Are you getting me? So again, alternative sources of energy will be there. But let me not stress the debate, but I think that some of us will give you some more comment, maybe privately and all that, and then join all of them to do your work smoothly. Thank you and God bless you. The next presenter.
Thank you.
7 minutes, 7 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. My name is Uyabara Felix Iziri. Please, I have my slides with the media people that can project so that. Now, my topic is titled The Renewed Geopolitical Rivalries and the Politics of Resource Governance in Africa. Now, Africa's vast resources has attracted geopolitical rivalries for a long time. The first, being the 19th century scam for Africa via the 1884-1885 Berlin Conference that, divided Africa into a colonial entity. Now, this colonial empire, colonial authorities, instituted exploitative economic system serving the interests of Europe. And the post-independent states of Africa inherited these weak, these weak institutions and structures that limited their resource governance, very seriously. We also saw that the Cold War was a second phase of geopolitical rivalry in Africa, where the US and the USSR, vie for resources of Africa through proxy states and all of that. Now, the issue here is actually that Africa has become independent. The Cold War has ended, yet we experience a continuing, in fact, even a more intensified, geopolitical rivalries, into Africa. The question is, why is this superpower rivalries powers getting more and more interested in Africa? The answer is very simple. Africa is blessed with, natural resources that will drive the next phase of energy in the world, what we call the energy transition. So we have looked at just the Chinese episode of their drive into Africa, trying to access and control African resources. Also the US, the European Union, and Russia. Now we are trying to study Africa, take some geostrategic resource-rich African countries, including DR Congo, Nigeria, and Mozambique. We have, this research is a qualitative study where data is taken from secondary sources. We had employed a case study analysis, like I said, of DRC, Nigeria, and Mozambique. Now, the objective, number one, we are set out to investigate why is there a renewed geopolitical rivalry after the first and the second, which we have said. And also, we try to assess the impact of these geopolitical rivalries in Africa, what negative impacts it has created. Then we try to, provide solution. Now, the study is based on the two theories. Number one theory is the world system theory by Emmanuel Wallerstein. World system theory, Emmanuel Wallerstein that propounded it 1974 and 2004, expanded by Giovanni Arrighi, an Italian, in 1994. And this theory, it says that Emmanuel Wallerstein positioned Africa as in this, peripheral side of the world. It divided the world into three. the core, the semi-core, and the periphery. Now, Emmanuel Wellerson argued that African states are in the peripheral zone, so their resources are extracted to benefit core nations. And then we also talked about the resource cost thesis done by Michael Hottie, where he said that resources in most parts, particularly Africa, are supposed to be a blessing, but now they are serving the purpose of a curse. Now,
2 minutes more. 2 minutes more.
Now, we looked at the DRC, Nigeria, and Mozambique. Now, the findings shows that excuse me. Findings show that the competition that came from these countries had resulted in wars, inequalities, corruption for all three countries, showing the direction of the cost thesis, the resource cost thesis. But we had also looked at how African nations are trying to navigate this trend. African nations are not just onlooking, they are trying to navigate by being assertive with their agency. Nations like Uganda, Rwanda, had adopted what we call diplomatic pluralism, where they had attracted China's loans and then US security support, and at the same time not losing the autonomy in their resource governance. Basically, we had gone ahead to recommend that African nations must endure to ensure that their resource governance frameworks must be strengthened in industrial capacity to ensure that their resources are utilized by themselves so to distract the invasion from the West.
Thank you. I think that was a good presentation. Now, over to you. If you have comments and questions, we will entertain those two, given that there are a number of people who will do their own presentations. But so, comment or questions? None? Okay. Okay. Just to say that whether they have asked questions or not, we believe that your work, we are not saying that the work is not good, but we believe that you should still go back and perhaps do a little bit of renewed work, particularly which will then bring it to a better level, particularly given that these works will be published, right? Thank you. The next presenter.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Prince Eze, and this particular work was co-authored by myself and Dr. Ferguson. And the work is titled Harnessing Indigenous Knowledge System for Climate Resilience and Development in the Niger Delta. At present, the Niger Delta is facing multiple crises, what is also known as polycrisis. At one hand, we have environmental pollution that we see clearly in terms of oil spill, gas flaring, and all of that. And also, at the other side of the divide, we have climate issues or climate challenges that have added to the already existing challenges that are in the Niger Delta. I'm sure that you are aware that recent studies have shown that anybody who is living in the Niger Delta, you have hydrocarbon in your blood. I would like to advise us not to go close to fire because we are highly flammable because of the hydrocarbon that is found or is traceable in the blood of anybody that is living in the Niger Delta. Now, different approaches or strategies has been identified to tackle these challenges. And what we have seen are strategies that has been developed to tackle these challenges centers on science. And so we have different scientific approaches and procedures that have been utilized, particularly in addressing issues of climate change. These paper questions why the IKS advantage has not been utilized, talking about the indigenous knowledge system. What actually led to this particular research? Last year, while we were doing another research, we were able to do some field work where we question people in the Niger Delta how they are coping with challenges of climate challenges, climate resilience in the Niger Delta. And they were able to identify some indigenous knowledge system that they have been utilizing that have passed from one generation to another. But it's also very shocking that these indigenous knowledge systems are not included in climate governance and in climate agenda in framing policies. And so this paper argues for the inclusion of these indigenous knowledge system, particularly when it has to do with climate change and climate policy framing and climate agenda. Now, some of these indigenous knowledge system as found out by our study include weather-resistant farming. It's part of the indigenous knowledge system that has been utilized by people in the Niger Delta as a way of having creativity to respond to issues of climate change in the Niger Delta. We also found out the flood-resistant housing. People who live in the Niger Delta, particularly in the creek of the Niger Delta, also utilize this particular knowledge of building elevated houses, knowing fully that they will always witness flooding. They always have issues of flooding, and so most houses that are being built are built in elevated places. Then we also have indigenous knowledge such as ecosystem restorations. These are just few of the indigenous knowledge system or practices that are utilized by the people of Niger Delta as a way of responding to these climate challenges. But all of these knowledge or practices that have been passed down from one generation to another are not included in climate policies and climate governance. And so these papers argue for the need, just as some other colleagues have spoken extensively about indigenous knowledge system, we argue that this indigenous knowledge system, particularly when it has to do with climate change, must be included in climate governance and in climate agenda and in framing policy. We are not saying that the scientific knowledge is not important, but we are making the case for a hybrid where both the indigenous knowledge and also the scientific knowledge can be put together. This paper, the theoretical framework is resilience theory, and this paper have shown how people of the Niger Delta has demonstrated resilience, even in the midst of the Niger Delta, in the midst of the climate crisis. Then I'll go to conclusion since I have 2 minutes. Part of our recommendation for this study is the need for government integration. As we've already mentioned, there's need for us to integrate these indigenous knowledge in framing climate policies and in climate governance. There's also need for community education, and also there is need for us to document this knowledge. As also observed, some of this knowledge are not being documented, and if time is not taken, if not documented, we might lose them at the end of the day. Thank you so much, and this is my submission.
Open for conversations. We'll begin with Professor Fidelis Allen.
Okay, Dr. Eze and Dr. Ferguson, thank you for that paper. I think it is crucial that we understand that this paper falls within the category of indigenous knowledge systems. The issue of climate change, I think I've not read the paper, but I would think that you should have specific cases of indigenous ideas, knowledge that has informed response from local communities to climate issues. The truth is, our people have been responding with one form of local idea or the other to climate problems. The issue of documentation is crucial. Not much has been done, in that area to actually document how our own people have been responding with local ideas to climate problems. But we need to be specific because across the world, indigenous communities are responding to climate problems, environmental problems with local ideas, but we need to be able to do more when it comes to Africa, when it comes to Nigeria. Incidentally, our own case is so complex because if you look at the oil sector and what it has done in terms of damage to the environment, and look at what the contribution of climate change, then it's a very complex one. We need also to be able to disaggregate what the oil industry has done and what climate change is also doing. That point of disaggregation is very slim with scholars. So you need to be clear so that people know, yes, they don't have to wait too long for money that is not even coming. Climate finance. Africa has expected climate finance from the developed countries, but that is not happening much at the community level. So we need to be able to fill that gap with local knowledge because there's so much we can actually do with local ideas, solving small problems, and feeling better with the impact of climate change. So you need to be clear. Are there case studies? You need to be able to identify those forms of local knowledge that are informing responses to climate disasters.
Okay, that's a good intervention from Professor Allen. If there are any other question or comments? We do not have any more comments. General, no comment?
Thank you very much, sir. All right, so I want to thank you for that beautiful paper. Right, climate resilience. I noticed some of the specific strategies adopted by locals to cope with climate action and its devastating effects, especially aspects of flooding, erosion, and environmental devastation. Right. So, but perhaps because it's just a summary of the paper, I noticed that there was no mention of the failures from the communities in being able to successfully cope. Because as we know, in our communities in the Niger Delta, a lot of land have been lost, because of erosion issues and flooding, farmlands, so many economic losses. So perhaps to make it a more complete paper, there should be a mention of such kind of failures by the communities to respond adequately to climate action, and how the experience or what they have experienced can be an impetus for them to develop more innovative ways of coping with this climate action. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, General. Dr. Prince Eze and Ferguson, sincerely, you've done a good work, and your presentation was also good, and you can see the interventions that have come also. They are also to help you reshape the work. But just to mention something, there is a concept of desertification also, and so we have also looked at it that if erosion is actually cutting our lands from the source that is in the riverine areas, can we also look at a concept of oceanification? Whether if indeed it's a word, but I think that scholars are coming up with the idea that there should be something like oceanification, because the ocean is also encroaching. Okay, it's encroaching. So let's believe that you will take some of the suggestions that they have also brought forward, and then reshape your work properly. Tapia, you were going to present a very perhaps controversial, and and immediately they restored the light. Part of the international politics. Well, that's just on the lighter note. I think that it is a good work, but we will require some comments from the floor. And before okay, please.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Again, my name is Chinedu Eti. I hope I do not say that too much. Interesting paper, and that conversation has been for a very long time. However, some bit of clarification on because there are two major concepts that two major issues that are outstanding. One is on resource governance. So where is the direction of the paper? Is it on both or either of them? Thank you.
I want to say that particularly for self-determination, we are not talking about independence from the point of view of international relations. Government appear to look at it differently, as it were they want to pull out from Nigeria. International relations, you know. Thank you.
Okay, your question, the connection between resource politics and the right of self-determination of indigenous people. Now, the connection here is that if you have followed the proceedings of ICJ, you will see that ICJ relied on the resources abundant in the territory. From this work, we also presented tables showing argument of the parties in the conflict. You see, Nigeria is focused on the oil and the aquatic resources in that area, and they presented their argument that they are the owners of that resources. Do you understand? Now, Cameroon also relied on that. In fact, from our work here, we have a list of these judges that presided over the matter, and it was a Frenchman that was the chairman of the panel that decided, and we know how France hold tenaciously on any of their SY colonies that has abundance of resources. So from the proceedings, from the actions of the parties, even from the Green Tree Agreement that was entered. In fact, the Green Tree Agreement was interested on the control of the resources, without looking at the connection between how the indigenous people who occupy this place can be taken care of. As we speak now, those people don't know whether they are Cameroonians or whether they are Nigerians. But now there is a decision on the country that is in charge of the resources in that place. So that is why this work looked at how the resource there influence the verdict of the ICJ and the implementation of the Green Tree Agreement.
That's a beautiful one. It's very interesting. The next presenter, please.
I am good news, sir. on my paper is Climate Change Governance and Post-Conflict Building in the Niger Delta, Nigeria. The Niger Delta region is one of the most studied region aside the Middle East globally, and a lot of issues are being thrown up. Yet, the discussion is still ongoing because of the multifaceted dimensions of the issues in the region. Climate change, of course, is shift in weather patterns, primarily driven by human activities. The people of the Niger Delta, particularly as a result of the topography, have faced a lot of challenges. And of course, we know that in the global discourse, now that the issue of climate change has taken a very center stage. But our concern is also about climate change governance. And what we mean by climate change is the concerns on frameworks, the concerns of mechanisms and actions that are aimed to address the challenges of climate change impact. For this study, we have linked the crisis of climate change and poor governance and the conflict in the Niger Delta. Of course, some of the climate change impacts include rising sea level, heat, and extreme weather conditions. But unfortunately, there are weak institutions, and of course, communities are also excluded, and this has worsened the instability in the region. This work actually explores how climate change governance influences peace building in the Niger Delta region. And we set out with two research questions. What is the nature of climate change governance in the Niger Delta? How effective are how effective are governance responses to environmental challenges, especially in the Niger Delta region? We employed the theory of change, which connects actions, outcomes, and long-term peace goals. Our key terms include, for this work, climate change governance, post-conflict peace building, sustainable development, environmental security, and conflict resolution. Of course, climate change acts as threat multiplier, and there are a lot of global promotion of community-led adaptation programs. And then we also recommend the encouragement of public-private partnership for sustainable job. Thank you very much. Once again, our title is Climate Change Governance and Post-Conflict Building, Peace Building in the Niger Delta. I still have some time.
You still have some time indeed, because you saved up for us, I think just about some few seconds, but that's okay. Contributions and questions. I think let's take the man at the
and my question apparently is this. You have not been able to tell us the coping strategy during and after. How does the people cope during and after this? Either is it the ecocide, as a result of ecocide, or environmental natural disaster? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for your presentation. My number one question is, did you manage to look at the climate change policy of the federal government? Did you manage to look at it? If you did, I will also pose this question to you. Theoretically, there are two aspects to it. Climate change governance in Nigeria. So you're looking at the climate justice perspective, then looking at the neoliberal policy perspective. If you look at the climate change policy of the federal government, you will probably conclude that it is fundamentally neoliberal because of the contradictions. On one hand, there's a commitment to reducing greenhouse gas emissions. On the other hand, there's a national policy for investments in fossil fuel. So Nigeria is committed to economic growth. What that really means is that growth has to be achieved through more investments in fossil fuel. So the climate justice perspective and the neoliberal perspective, there has to be a critique of the governance system, climate governance system of this country. I mean, for us as academics, there has to be a critique. I'm just wondering if you can incorporate that into your paper, because even scholars are making the mistake. We are very neoliberal in our analysis. And I've been at the conference of parties and seen civil society and seen government officials, government officials. Many of them just attend those conferences only to shop, to just shop. So we need to incorporate some level of critiquing of the governance system, but we can move from the top, from the national to the state. What are the state governments doing, when it comes to addressing the problem of climate change? What are the local governments doing? What are communities doing? What are corporations doing? And of course, the corporations are changing their names. They now call themselves energy companies to deceive the public. So we need to interrogate, because you're talking about governance of climate change. We need to critique what is happening already.
I think that is understandably correct. And coming from Professor Allen, knowing that you've done quite enormous work around environmental governance and particularly the laws. So those two interventions are sufficient enough for now. You can incorporate them. Probably you can still do some networking by, interfacing with them directly. I believe that they may be able to draw your attention to a few other areas that will ultimately culminate into improving your work. But you can maybe intervene by addressing some of those issues. Thank you.
We appreciate the intervention of the contributors. We said earlier that a lot of studies have been undertaken in this regard. So we also, in the process of this work, referred to some of the coping strategies. We interrogated a few of the governance structures, but Prof, we would interrogate them more and ensure to incorporate the ideas that you have given to us. But to an extent also, we looked at the eco-justice. And of course, that is very, very important in discussions around the Niger Delta. So we will highlight these points such that it will be clearer and apt when it comes out again. Thank you very much.
Next presenter.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Gospel Lebari. Gospel Lebari. Okay, this work was co-authored with Professor Nekabari. The title of our paper is From Oil to Opportunity. We're asking the question, the political economy of energy transition in post-divestment Nigeria. And Nigeria and her relationship with oil is such that oil has played a critical role since its discovery in the late 1950s and from the oil boom of the 1970s. And it has been such that it's not just, Nigeria is not just dependent on oil. We source about 90% of our foreign exchange and revenue from oil. And it presents us with a paradox because we are dealing with the issues of resource costs, which scholars have talked about, because our abundant revenue are derived from oil. Yet, despite this, we have created a culture where politics and governance has eroded the culture of accountability, and the Nigerian state has failed to diversify the benefits from oil into other sectors over the years. And this has also been manifest with weak institution and corruption. And as a result of this, we've been struggling with issues of development, even with the peripheral issues of infrastructure and all of that. And specifically for oil region, in the oil-based region, the Niger Delta, the people have been exposed to pollution. Niger Delta is arguably one of the most polluted regions globally, and the activities of oil has actually destroyed the indigenous, not just the indigenous system, but also cut off the people from their livelihood. And this we've looked at. So basically, as a result of this, the arguments that the climates have been changing and consensus are emerging among scholars as the climate is changing, and amongst other things that anthropogenic factors constitute a major part to the issues of climate change. And if that be the case, so with that being the case, rather, the global system had been responding, and one of those response is to seeing to cutting down on emission levels. And as a result, there has been concerns of transition, and globally the discourse have been about transition, energy transition, and in that discourse, the reaction, basically, the idea is to handle the issues of energy transition, and looking at the war, for instance, between Russia and Ukraine, understanding that Europe, for instance, source loads of its energy from Russia. There have been more, it has actually accentuated even the call to transit from fossil fuel, because that crisis has also affected how energy is sourced across Europe. Then, as it has been characteristics of the Nigerian state has also signed several international documents and protocols with regards to the issue of climate change, cutting down of emission levels and all of that. And in that response, Nigeria had, there have been the law, the Nigerian Climate Change Act has emerged as a result of that process. And also there was also developed the Energy Transition Plan. The Energy Transition Plan, amongst other things, looked at 4 critical sectors, talked about the need to replace diesel and basic fossil fuel engines, generators, and transit to cleaner energy like solar. And in regards to transport, from the transition plan, the idea is also to shift from combustible engines to the use of electric vehicles and all of that. So whereas the argument we are presenting is that whereas Nigeria has made some bold, these documents, the energy transition plan is a bold plan, but it's just, it presents itself as more of a rhetoric than actual plan. And Nigeria's energy transition regime has been more of divestment by the international oil companies rather than transition from fossil fuel to clean energy as it is globally. And in the light of that issue, arguments have been around why are IOCs leaving? So the concerns have been IOCs, the IOCs tend to believe the argument globally for other climes was climate change, but scholars in Nigeria are beginning to interrogate and say the IOCs are not leaving because of the climate change policy, even if they've pretended that it's been around this. There's been more about the issues of profitability, which have been the major idea around these IOCs. And that also the concern has also been because of the issues of security. The Nigerian state has failed to provide them with some of these securities, the security of their infrastructure as it used to be. So now we are saying the divestment to from IOCs to DOCs now presents Nigeria with some pathways, maybe because with the issues of divestment, even the Petroleum Industry Act, the regulatory framework, does not factor in issues of divestment. And if we are going to move in this direction, we are also faced with certain challenges. And we are saying Nigeria needs to be careful with this whole issue, because it will have a way of, it's just an idea of maybe just rebranding, and we are now creating the same situation where our rental system continues. We need to continue, we continue to depend from the West, because even this clean energy is technology. We don't have it. Whereas we have fossil fuel, we have gas. So whatever we need to do that which is within our own economic benefit and not necessarily trying to play the card of the Western world. Thank you.
Well, you say, okay, whether I had the capacity to stop my teacher, because I know somebody who lectured me is your co-author. But I believe that when they strengthen us, we also then have the capacity to also, do the work. So I was going to stop you, even though my lecturer, Nna, is part of the work. Now, you have saved us only to about 3 or 5 seconds alone. And that's, so, well, comments. Comments.
Sorry, it looks like I'm the first to always raise my hand. Well, I thank you for the presentation. Is there really divestment of assets in the oil sector? Is there really divestment? Because divestment as a concept in context of renewable energy or transition to renewable energy should be a good one. In my view, should be a good one. But if the corporations are divesting, as we hear, are they really divesting? Because you need to interrogate it. For example, Shell announced that it was divesting SPDC. So that means that they are moving from onshore investments to offshore. And then their movement from onshore to divestment also means that all the personnel, key officers of Shell who ought to leave are part of the new companies. So there's a problem there. Have they really divested? Because if you say you have divested to a new company, and some of these companies were actually created for the purpose of this movement, so I think you need to really interrogate that concept in close relation to reality so that we know whether Shell actually divested or simply moved, changed its name and makes an attempt to run away from communities who are giving them headache because of the problems they have created over the years. So there is need to interrogate that concept, divestment. And recently we heard that the regulator refused to approve the divestment of Total Energy. I think it's the same approach because when Shell started, it took time for the regulator to actually approve the divestment. So people are asking, is the government doing well, the regulator doing well in terms of rejecting the approval of the divestment move by Total Energy? Somebody asked me this question, and I simply told the person, look, it may be the same approach. The regulator started and eventually approved the divestment of Shell. Now, Total Energy is making the same move. Ultimately, the regulator will approve the divestment. So what they are really doing actually is you still own the assets, you change the name, and you give people the impression that you are no longer the owner of the asset. And if communities come, you can simply say, well, we are not Shell anymore. We are not Total Energy. We are simply this with a new name. But the damages that the old company has caused to the communities have not been addressed. And you're running away, and you're going to offshore where the communities cannot easily reach because they don't have the boats It was only the militants that had the courage and the boldness to move deep offshore to engage. But the communities, the non-violent communities, really cannot reach those offshore assets. So you need to interrogate the concept of divestment. Is there really divestment?
Any more comments? Oh, this is good. Wonderful.
Good afternoon once again, everybody. Talking about divestment, just in continuation of what Prof just talked about, if truly there's divestment or not, or let's agree there's divestment, how can we ensure, or how do you think the government can ensure that this divestment creates genuine opportunities for sustainable development?
I think you have two questions to answer, but I want to also make one small intervention before you provide answers to those questions. The first issue I want to raise is on the title of your work, and which is that from oil to opportunity. So is that really a question? I wanted to just know, but because I like to learn. From oil to opportunity. Because you have a question mark there, and I was just wondering. I know that my teacher is not here, but you're a co-author. Okay. So you're a co-author. Well, I was going to ask my lecturer, the immediate past dean of the Faculty of Social Sciences. I was going to ask him whether from oil to opportunity, is it a question? Is it a question mark that should be there, or a column? I'll just ask him. Then if I move away from that first intervention, then I was going to then throw a little bit more light again, particularly agree with Professor Allen that this divestment that they are doing, it appeared to look like something else. Now, even the debate on onshore, offshore dichotomy, because they are now leaving the onshore, particularly because of the problematic nature of the non-violent communities. Because they have termed it as we could see that they are not able to, draw away from Ogoni land for now. And they don't want to believe that other communities, maybe perhaps in the Ijaw areas, whether there was going to be something like that. And if all that happens, probably they may not be able to, fetch or draw the oil. Because somebody in an presentation talked about oil producing, and we're quick to wonder it is oil-bearing communities or oil producing. Take it along with it, because the production, in my thinking, as myopic as it may be, would have been the technology that we have to now bring forth the oil. Whereas the oil is buried on our land, meaning that we are bearing it. Yes, we can claim ownership of it because it's our forefathers that own the land. So now they are moving to the sea. Like Prof said, it was only the militants, put differently. And that concept to the of militants is also a bit problematic, because in some of my writings where I said that the community, those people appear to look like freedom fighters in their thinking, in the thinking of the people. Because since here, again, I don't want to take our time. Can you address these issues? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. First, I would like to appreciate the interventions. I think make the paper richer. So having said that, Prof Prof talking about if actually divestment is going on in the oil sector. For me, what is going on in the oil sector is more like the biblical saying of putting new wines in old wineskin. So like the example he cited with Shell and Renaissance. So whereas we know that we are through transition from one company to another happens, where it's possible that some persons would be maybe retained by the new operators, but in such a situation, there's usually issues with the structure of the organization. But so mind, what's happening is just a situation where we have IOCs playing on the Nigerian people because of the docility of the Nigerian state and Nigerian government, because the Nigerian government have not really, tend not to be really interested in the interest of the people. In a situation where you see that managers of the state have been accused to be part of some of these DOCs that are taking over from some of these IOCs. So you see, it's just this game of corruption that has played out in Nigeria over time, and via which the IOCs has, and also now the indigenous people now, and for safety, we used for our work the oil bearing, oil producing, we're rather using host communities, and then you see that Amogoni, people have been crying and they say they are doing cleanup. The Niger Delta wants cleanup, and so their issue about if we are to deal with the subject matter of transition, be divestment or however you're doing it, we must not run away from the critical issue of justice. And this issue of justice, scholars have talked about it, and then we must, even in terms of transition from fossil fuel to clean energy, there are arguments that we must not push for urgency over justice. Justice must precede urgency. And the document by the OECD guidelines and the United Nations guiding principles, UNGP, I hope I got that right, is saying that even after divestment, companies could still be held accountable for what they had done before. And you agree part of the idea behind this whole shady divestments we are having is, for instance, the host communities over time have been deprived justice by the Nigerian judicial system, and now they've started seeking refuge outside. The border situation with SPDC stands out. Now, as a result, several communities rather are going to UK, going to Hague to cry out for justice. And because these companies are losing out in this call. So this is one of the things that explains the whole idea around the divestment. Then in terms of opportunities, the challenge is that the first we may pretend that, okay, since there'll be a local government around it, we could say the issue of profits, profits being repatriated outside the country, that could be a benefit. But these benefits we are talking about, they are conditional benefits. They are very conditional. So we could talk about, it could open up in terms of technology transfer. There are opportunities for technology transfer, local participation, but these are very conditional benefits. So we need to interrogate further on this. But like I said, I'm indeed very grateful for the interventions. Thank you.
So take note of that question I asked about the question mark, or discuss with with our boss. The next presenter, please.
Good afternoon, Prof. Good afternoon, colleagues. My name is Harold Inisa Ziba, Alex. Harold Inisa Ziba, you can see Alex. The topic is on, my topic is on the effectiveness of community-based mediation in reducing oil-related conflicts in the Niger Delta. My paper critically explored the community-based mediation as a viable alternative in reducing oil-related conflicts in the Niger Delta, and also the need to properly incorporate community-based mediation into legal frameworks. It will be imperative to know that the Niger Delta region of Nigeria, which had contributed about 80 to 90% of Nigeria export earnings, and had also played a critical role in its economic development, had long been an hotspot for oil-related conflicts stemming from environmental degradation, just like others have said, and economic marginalization and exclusion of local communities from oil wealth and decision-making process. Although there have been various state corporate interventions that have been deployed to manage these tensions, they have largely failed to produce lasting peace due to their top-down, non-inclusive and sometimes even militarized approaches. So it has not yielded the needed results. Has not brought about long-time peace and resolution in the area that has to do with conflict, oil conflicts. It is in light of the aforementioned that several scholars have advocated for community-based mediation as a sustainable approach, as an approach that can lead to lasting peace in resolving oil conflicts in the area. The paper adopted the conflict transformation theory by Ledrash in 1995, which argued that to achieve a sustainable peace, the root causes to a conflict must be first of all be addressed. And it is true, this theory is relevant to this study or to this my paper, because community-based mediation tends to reveal the root causes to any conflict and suggests all-inclusive participation in its resolution, and in turn instill accountability and build trust, which will eventually engender lasting peace amongst conflicting parties. The sources of my data, were secondary, and the findings of my study reveals that community-based mediation enhances trust building, one, then to promote inclusive stakeholder dialogue, and three, also de-escalate tension. This is to a fact. For examples, I've looked at cases like the Olebri, in Olebri, a case that has to do with the Olebri oil well, which is the place where I'm from, concerning Otabagi community, Otogidi community, Opme community, and Olebri community as well. Community-based mediation has helped to reduce tension in those areas. In same vein, in places like the Ogoni and then Baramatu, community-based mediation has also helped to reduce tensions in those areas. And conclusively, and recommendations, the study concludes and recommends that empowering local mediation structures, strengthening inclusive and linking community-based peace processes are essential for sustainable peace and development in the Niger Delta. Thank you so much for listening.
Wow, fantastic. At least you've saved us of almost 3 minutes. That's good. Please. Interventions and questions. Give to that lady. The lady first. Thank you.
Thank you for the wonderful presentation. In the course of your presentation, you actually focused on community-based mediation, but I didn't hear you talk about the PIA, that's Petroleum Industry Act. Chapter 3 of the PIA talks about host community trust, that's development Post-community trust, sorry. And I think that particular act talks about regulations that should be made that's mechanisms for settlement of disputes and all. But I don't know if there's any connection between what your paper is talking about and any connection with the PIA. That's chapter 3 to be precise.
Let's give to our brother.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. I'm interested in the community-based mediation approaches that have been adopted in ensuring peace building in the communities that you have mentioned. They'll be quite helpful, especially in terms of measuring peace. Because that has become very difficult. If you read peace literature, especially from within our region in the Niger Delta, it's difficult to measure peace. You know, we just hear these things, and like senior colleagues have mentioned, they are not documented. You know, so when they are documented, it becomes easier for us to empirically, quantitatively measure peace. You know, that way we're able to track, you know, how far we are going in terms of peace building within the Niger Delta. So fantastic one. Thank you.
Any more intervention? Madam, can you, no intervention from you? It's okay, that's all right. It's a wonderful one. I wouldn't want to boss, so I will after now interact with you because I'm a scholar in that area. And as it is now, I'm the only professor of development, peace and security studies across Africa in that area. I'm not saying there are no professors of peace studies. There are professors of peace studies. There are professors of development studies. There are professors around that area, but professor of development, peace and security studies. I'm the only one currently in Africa. I don't know of tomorrow. So I will interact with you. It's a very fine work you did. I would also love to have a copy of the work. Tife, you can go ahead with your presentation.
Hello. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Tife Owolabi. I will be presenting a paper, Crude Oil and Employment Generation in Niger Delta, an appraisal of the Local Content Act. In 2010, thereabout, Nigeria enacted a law called the Nordic Act. It was in 2010, April, that it was signed to law by the then President Goodluck Jonathan. So my work is looking into the employment generation so far in that space of time. So oil exploration in Niger Delta has contributed less, it has failed to reduce unemployment and poverty. The study explored how oil exploration affects employment, considering the role of local content. Findings: oil exploration in that growth, just like I said, to the and growth to ecological damage and poor policy in implementation. Recommendation is on effective remediation, community participation, and local content inclusion. Because what we have so far with the local content has never really involved the local community. What it has done so far is to create more powerful people who have neglected the community. It has created competitors among the communities. Introduction, like I said, the Niger Delta has vast oil wealth, yet underdevelopment. While oil exploration is going on in the Niger Delta, what we have seen so far is that they have left crude life to the people. Crude nature, crude activities, and crude water view. They have displaced people from their natural ways of making money so far. So when it comes to economy, oil is supposed to be a catalyst for development, whereby above infrastructure,
and human capital development. But that's not the case we see in the Niger Delta. The study adopted dependency theory, as we know that dependency theory to look about the two words that has ever been created, the dominant and the dependence. You rather talk about the core and the periphery, or you talk about the metropolis and the satellite. And that's what we look in this study embraced, looking at the work of Goodall Frank, that development of the center entails the underdevelopment of the periphery. That the development tendency is a situation which the economy is centered on a country in conditioned by the development of another country. Application to this is that the Niger Delta so far, where oil is being exploited, that it has remained underdeveloped, sorry. The method approach is historical method, and that data were sourced from secondary sources, books, journal, government documents, reports, so far. Findings is that all revenues, while all substantial revenue is being made out of oil, minimal impact are on employment in the Niger Delta. Employment generation, therefore, is the process of creating jobs for unemployment and underdeveloped without displacing people who are already employed in other economic activities. And that's what oil is doing to us in the Niger Delta. While we are expanding in the oil creation, or even with the law of the local content, whereby it's allowing local participation, we still discover that many indigenous people are still displaced with their natural economic activities. Also, the law itself is poorly implemented, or implementation is poor, because it only captures a few set of people. When you see, like in Bayelsa State, where the company, the organization is well situated, you see that it's still a dot in the cycle. Around it, there's still poverty around there, and it's still besieged by everyday protests. Even the host community is still protesting that why they are the one who host the community. They are not getting much employment, even as a host community. Findings is also about environmental degradation. Oil spill and gas flaring destroy farmland and fish livelihood, deepen the poverty line in Niger Delta. Also, the challenges identified: ecological degradation, destruction of natural resources, weak policy implementation, poor implementation of local content. I've said it so far that while oil is being taken in the Niger Delta, what has been left so far is still crude life. People are not believing. The large composite of Bayelsa, River State, you have body of unemployed youth up to date. Marginalization. Host community are still being marginalized despite the local, the enactment of the local content law, whereby it's supposed to empower the indigenous people. It's supposed to be like a transfer of knowledge. To today, we are not seeing it. It has created more demarcation between the rich and the poor. Lack of human capital. Yes, the local content train people, but where those people will feed in, majority of people who are trained today are still roaming about the streets without really gainfully employed. Sorry. Like I said, the oil extraction industry has remained a resource cost. Oil paradoxically causes harm to the Niger Delta, leading to unemployment, unrest, and environmental destruction. Lack of local community involvement and effective policy implementation in that development till date. Recommendations, environmental.
Tife,
Huh?
you are off.
I'm off.
Yes.
Chat.
Off the mic. Off the mic. You remember, off the mic. Questions and questions. That far end. Madam. Intervention. Is your hand up? The lady on the red dress. I thought her hand is up. She's not even hearing. She's not hearing. Professor Kelly, no comment. Patrick, you have any comment? Okay. Prof, why we should make this an interactive?
No, quick one. Can you just reflect on the methodology that you used? When I look at your topic, it suggests to me that you would have done some quantitative analysis, but I didn't see that in your presentation. Did you do qualitative or did you do a combination of the two, and how did you go about that? Thank you. Quantitative. Do you have a data source? What's the main data source you used for this, for the employment generated through related industries?
It's not quantitative, it's qualitative.
Okay. Okay, no, it's fine. It's just for your consideration. Because when I look at that title, and if I look at your paper, I want to see quantitative data and the analysis thereof.
Yeah.
So maybe have a look at, there are some institutes, I'm not sure what they are called, Institute for Economic in Nigeria.
Look at.
Yeah, NISA or
Yes,
something.
yes.
Yes.
Yes. Reliable.
I'm sure there are those kind of ones that will give you the data that you need. You will need it for this work.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think that's a wonderful one. Thank God you intervened. Mr. Tife, I think that you understand the difference between quantitative and qualitative now, clearly. For the nature of work, I believe that the other question Madam was asking, what method did you use? Okay, if you had then said, okay, maybe you use instruments like a questionnaire and all that, then it could have become even much more clearer. But now that Madam is suggesting, since the work is a work in progress, and I guess that it is also drawn from your PhD work that you are doing. Yes. And if that is the case, it will be imperative that you had both the quantitative part and the qualitative part, so that you can design probably some questionnaire or even some in-depth interviews or interpersonal interviews or even focus group discussions. It can help to, enhance the quality of the result that will come on. No, I think we are done with that. We are done.
Thank you, Ma.
It may not be for now. May not be for. No, but the chair is talking now. At the point the chair is talking, you should allow me finish. Then when I finish, and if there is still room for you to then make that intervention, then you could have then done it. But now maybe perhaps I was taking much time. So let me stop and let me not be dictatorial. Can I accommodate him, Madam? Okay. Okay. Please don't take time. I beg you. Okay, you can go ahead.
I don't get angry too. See, what I wanted to say is that I want to correct one impression. If I'm wrong, it's debatable. A research is not quantitative or qualitative based on the sources of data. It is not quantitative because there is a questionnaire. Questionnaire can be analyzed qualitatively. Then when you source your data secondary, let's say taxation, for example, from secondary sources, it can still be quantitatively analyzed. When you can also code qualitative research. I mean, you code them and analyze it quantitatively. So for the fact that he said he used secondary sources, I was waiting for him to talk about method of data analysis and not source of data. So for us to like say, yeah, it is secondary sources, quantitative. No, I wanted to hear from him. The source of data is different from methods of data analysis. That is where you find out whether it is quantitative or qualitative. That is just what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You are provoking more discussion, but I think that this is not the time for us to debate whether quantitative data or qualitative data, whether secondary data could also become qualitative or whatever. This is not the time for that debate. So thank you very much. God bless you. I think you can do your intervention if you want to. Yeah, who's prof? Okay, give it to him. Give it to him.
Thank you. I think we are all learning. So I see what the last speaker said differently. The sources of data actually determine whether, the method actually determine whether it is quantitative or not. So if you are using quantitative method, there are specified method that shows that this is quantitative. If you are doing qualitative method, there are specified method and I can mention them. For example, if I'm doing a qualitative study, then I will be interested in interview. I'll be interested in phenomenology. I'll be interested in ethnography. I'll be interested in so many other methods. So, but I agree with you to say that you can analyze data, whether it is qualitative, quantitatively. But basically, what differentiates methods are in their sources, not the method of data collection. I think we need to clarify that.
Well, thank you very much. Like I said before, this is not the time for us to have that debate. But thank you for that clarification. God bless you, sir. You should.
Note taken, I will reflect that in the final work. Thank you very much.
Okay. The female presenter, please. You have the floor. Thank you.
Good
Your own
afternoon.
is 10 minutes. We are taking all the time.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Time, 10 minutes.
Okay, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is William Sweeney Cheta, and my paper is titled Rebuilding Mangroves and Restoring Lives, Assessing the Role of Institutional Accountability and Community Engagement in Ecological Governance in the Niger Delta. And in this paper, the paper intends examining how former institutions and local communities have jointly shaped the effectiveness of ecological governance in the Niger Delta. And the paper focused basically on their challenges, assessing challenges and reviewing challenges that authors or scholars have reviewed. For example, several scholars reviewed and they said that one of the issues that the ecological governance of Niger Delta is facing is as a result of the extractive governance structures in the society. So that's what is said. Another scholar also stated that it's due to the rentier nature of Nigeria that it's influencing the ecological governance and the institutional accountability of the Niger Delta. So in the course of the study, we also looked at the community engagement aspects, especially community science, which involves bringing in the community or the population into the research of several organizations and the rest of them. And I questioned this and asked myself that this particular community science, how effective can it be when it comes to community management in mangroves and the rest of them? So the issue of funds, the issue of technical incapacity and the rest of them were also put in place in this study. The study employed a qualitative method of review whereby we focused on only papers, journals, and the rest of them in our course of study. And also, we looked at the challenges that the community chiefs face and the community face. And one thing I've noticed in the course of the study was that there is corruption in the community sector because of previous authors said that, community involvement should be largely encouraged, but sometimes we fail to understand that in as much as community should be largely encouraged, there are some issues that are going on down there. I was discussing with someone in the course of this particular paper, and the person told me that there was an issue whereby the community was involved. Yes, they requested for compensation because of the damages caused by the multinational organizations and institutions. But then when these compensations were paid, the community chiefs pocketed the money instead of resolving the issues involved. And this is also one of the things happening, hampering the ecological governance of the Niger Delta, and it should be put into consideration. And it should be put into consideration. Thank you.
Whereas we gave you 10 minutes, you finished in 5-point-something minutes. I think that was beautiful. That's good. You see, when I was yielding 10 minutes to her, they say, oh, I was biased. But you could then see that she was very prudent with the time. And she didn't take, well, I will say that you didn't disappoint me. God bless you. Thank you. But before I yield to the floor for them to make comments, I have a small problem. And that is not to say that your title cannot stay the way it is. But I think that it looks a little bit verbose, meaning that it appears as it was very lengthy. It looks like it, for now, if you do word count, it's 21 words. I know that in some and many universities across the world, 21 is allowed, it can go. But I'm thinking that I was actually putting us together with my colleague here, who are just presented. And we came to the conclusion that we can make a suggestion, if can be taken, whether the title can be amended slightly to read Rebuilding Mangroves, and then Restoring Lives and Institutional Accountability in the Niger Delta. What I can, that way it's very smooth. Can you, okay, you can read it out again.
Right, rebuilding mangroves, restoring lives and institutional accountability in the Niger Delta.
I don't know whether that will suffice, but if it doesn't suffice, 21 letters, I think it's 21 words are still very allowed. If you think that you want to keep it the way it is, no problem. But if you want to adjust it, you can tinker with it. Now, with that few comments, I want to then yield the floor for others to make their own contributions and questions where they are. Please, questions and contributions. There's no intervention. The women are not talking now. They are not asking. They are now supporting their own.
Of course, we have to support our own. For sure. All right, Cheta, I think this was a good presentation from your sides. Albeit it's very brief. You spoke to issues of community engagement. However, your title speaks to institutional accountability, which you were silent on. Perhaps it's in the full paper, you know. I'm just going to say, make sure that you tick off both sides, because you seem to have ticked off on the community engagement part, but not so much on the institutional accountability. For one, I don't even know which institution you are focused on with regard to this, you know, so you could have told us about the institution in question, you know, and all of that. Yeah. Otherwise, I think a good effort from yourself. Thank you.
Any further comments? Kiale, there's no comment. What of Professor Allen? Prof, no comment? Okay. Okay. Okay.
I just also want to add a little that when we write for the global audience, and assuming that the outlets will be any of the foreign outlets, and when you say Niger Delta, and just leave it like that, and if probably your assessor is not very vast with the Niger Delta as located in Nigeria, the person will start looking. So I think that whenever we talk about the Niger Delta, we should put a comma and locate it in Nigeria, because we should be writing for the global audience and not just around local journals.
I think that's a very fine comment, because if you say Niger Delta, there are although there seem to be only one Niger Delta, but there are many deltas. There seem to be only one Niger Delta, but there are other deltas. So that said, you are correct as well. It can also still be located, because if they say Niger Delta, where is Niger Delta? It's already in Nigeria. So I think that's okay. Madam, you can make some clarifications as regards what Madam has said, and then.
Okay. Thank you very much for the contributions, and I took note of everything. Thank you very much.
Yes, I believe that you will be thinking that all of them have presented, but that is not the case. I still have somebody who will do a presentation, and I will yield the floor to Professor Prie Inokoba, or Koro Inokoba, to do his presentation. Prie, you have the floor. You can use my mic.
How many minutes? 15 minutes, right? Good morning, everybody. Okay, good day, everybody, to be on the safe side. It's past 12. I'm Prie Inokoba. I wrote the paper with Dr. Johnson Alalibo, who is not here, but I'll do a presentation. The title of the work is Nature of Resource Governance, or the Character of Resource Governance, and the Challenges of Sustainable Development in some selected African countries. And for scope, we focus on Nigeria, Congo DRC, and Angola. And the reason for focusing on them, because these three countries, they are known for large amount of natural mineral resources. Then, and also the inability of these countries to translate these huge resources or important resources to economic growth and sustainable development. So the focus of the essay or the paper is to interrogate the nature or the character of resource governance in some of these three countries, and how this has compromised the lofty goals of sustainable development in these states. I would like to highlight some of the major mineral resources, natural resources that are domiciled in Africa. According to the United Nations Environmental Program Report 2024, Africa houses about 30% of the world's mineral resources, 8% of the global natural gas, and 12% of world oil reserves. The continent is also home to 40% of the world's gold and 90% of chromium and platinum. Again, the largest amount of the world's cobalt, diamond, platinum, and uranium are all domiciled in Africa. The same report also revealed that Africa holds about 65% of the world's arable land, yet our people are hungry. And 10% of global internal renewable fresh water resources. With all this, Africa is still poor. Our economies are not performing well. And we have also failed in the area of sustainable development. And there are several reasons in extant literature to explain why this is a sad story of Africa. These rich oil countries have often experienced corruption, natural resource instigated conflict, and environmental abuse, injustice, and degradation, environmental degradation. So there are several attempts made by external literature to explain it, but the focus of this work basically is the role that the nature or character of resource governance play in compromising the process of sustainable development in this natural resource rich countries of Africa. You see, the importance of resource governance is cannot be overemphasized. This is understandable because the way and manner natural resources are managed and its revenues are distributed goes a long way to determine the state of development, standard of living of the citizens, and peace and stability of the political systems on the continent. There is no gainsaying that an effective resource governance process can foster broad-based economic growth, reduce poverty and socioeconomic inequality in resource-wealthy African countries. A good resource governance regime can also help African countries to achieve the cardinal objectives of sustainable development, which includes proper environmental management. Seriously? An equitable application and distribution of resource revenues and benefits among the populace. Again, an effective resource-based a broad-based resource governance can also play an important role in Africa integration agenda, fostering economic cooperation and consequently reducing resource-based conflict within and among African states. So the two major theories we apply in this to achieve our objective is the rental state theory and institution theory. Rental state will enable us to understand the corrupt and unaccountable nature of governance, ineffective governance, resource governance process in Africa, while the institutional theory will help us in our recommendation, because here we argue that norms, the application of rules and procedures in trying to make sure that these resources are efficient and effectively harnessed for the development of these African states. The work is divided into about 5 parts. Okay, let me just go to the recommendation. My colleague is really putting me under pressure. The recommendation we made basically in this work is that there is need for strengthened governance process, a process that will be transparent, a process that will be accountable to the people, and also an inclusive governance, resource governance process whereby you are not only involving the government and the all. Okay, let me end it here.
Officer, off the mic. Off the mic. Well, that was a presentation from no other than Priye Koro Enokoba, Professor of International Relations. I can understand when you profess in our area, you will do better to maximize the time in this this area. So I yield the floor to the floor. No, let us take from down first before we come up here, please. Professor Kiali.
Okay, thank you, presenter. I forgot the other country. I remember Angola and Nigeria. What's the other country? DRC. Okay. So my question is, why do you choose to study the three countries that have not produced any difference in their transformative impact? What exactly are we learning from it? I mean, if you were to do a comparative study, say, for example, maybe two of these countries with another country, say Botswana, we have seen, to a large extent, how Diamond has transformed Botswana in terms of the governance. So all the cases that you study, we are already familiar with the outcome in violence, in conflict, in underdevelopment. So what's the essence of the comparison? That's my question.
Any further intervention? I believe that, yes. I know, Madam will intervene. Please.
Just a quick question. It would be nice to know what your insights are with regard to the resource governance legislative framework comprehensiveness or lack thereof in these three countries. You're talking resource governance. What does the legislative framework look like in each of these countries? Is it comprehensive? If not, where are the major gaps? I think that would be useful to know. Thank you.
Any further comments? Prof is not around. Okay. General, no comment? Okay. Now we come over here. Don't worry.
Okay, I just want to add and put in perspective. We always say that Nigeria is rich in natural resources. But I just want to be specific that there are about 34 solid minerals. And the 34 solid minerals are actually found in in 504 locations in this country. 34 solid minerals. It is the dependence on oil that is the aberration. Of course, part of the problem is the obnoxious legislations that is silent on the other resources and now pronounced on oil and gas. Of course, we know the resource costs, and that is why there is endemic conflict. So if in this your work, you will harp on those resources that Nigeria particularly is endowed with, it will go a long way. And then you also go to Congo. Of course, you know that the problem in Congo is resource-induced conflict. So bring out the many resources that abound in Africa, and then apply the resource costs, and I think your work will have more weight.
Yeah, I think you have about 3 interventions that have been made, and there are questions for you to also respond to. But I just want to a little bit say one thing, particularly in terms of my colleague, Professor Kiali's intervention. The fact that the research does not take account of maybe Botswana and other examples may not necessarily mean that it may not bring out new results. The point is, even though we all know what is readily available in terms of the comparisons that he wants to make between Nigeria and these 2 other African countries that probably are not too different in your thinking or in our thinking, may not necessarily mean that new results may not emanate, because people may appear to do things the same way, or studies have always been done around those areas. It does not necessarily mean that a new study cannot be done in those areas. After all, what is it called? Research. So if it does it better, probably there may be some new findings that we can gain from. So on account of that, I'm not intervening on your behalf. I'm not intervening on my colleagues' behalf. But if you are there to actually answer them, thank you. God bless you.
I want to thank every one of our colleagues here. The essence of coming here is to learn and to improve this work. The work actually is still in progress. It's not ready. I have learned 1 or 2 things, like the question you raised about why comparison. I basically wanted to prove a point that governance, okay, we wanted to prove a point that the resource governance process is the major reason why we've not been able to improve economic outcomes and development in these oil-rich countries. Then the other, I will consider that of Botswana. I will look at it and see how we can use it to give a different and an in-depth dimension to what we are doing with this paper. Then, Madam Prof, I have taken down your points, and I'll see how we can also add it to our argument to strengthen the paper. Thank you very much.
I think that brings us to the conclusion of this particular session. I believe that there may be some announcement from the compare. I want to say that we thank you for giving us this opportunity to even do this presiding job. I now yield the mic to you, sir.
Thank you so much. Let's put our hands together for them. Thank you, Professor Philip Okolo, for Phillips Okolo. Thank you, Professor Phillips Okolo, for...
Say something, please. Don't be angry. There was a time in this Nigeria, just quite recently, the last round of elections, and particularly as regards to the governorship election in Bayelsa State. Now, there was somebody who won the election, and it was just to be inaugurated. Parades were done. Preparations were already on when suddenly Supreme Court came. But before the Supreme Court decided on a case where somebody's name, whether it was Bio Koromo, whether it is Bio Barakamo, whether it was this, and it was just one letter. And we could also remember there was a van and a Vance. So me, I'm Phillips, not Philip. Thank you. God bless you.
Let's put our hands together. Your observation is well noted. Professor Phillips, let's put our hands together again for all of the panelists. The paper presenters, thank you so much for the elaborate presentations. Thank you, thank you. Right away, we're going to I'm sorry that at noon, we're going for breakfast. But it speaks to the richness of the conference. So, man shall not live by bread alone. So, yes, in the next 20 minutes, okay, so we'll be coming back here by 2 o'clock exactly. 2 o'clock exactly. So please, let's just go to the lawn and take our breakfast. And we'll take the last session, and then we'll take our lunch, and then we close for the day. Thank you so much. Please make it a little bit faster. We'll be coming back here by exactly 2 o'clock. Colonizing governance through local content, network governance and development, gender and development. For decolonizing governance through local content, Professor Priye Onokoba will be chairing this. So please, let's put our hands together for Professor Priye Onokoba as he comes up. Prof, you're welcome, sir. Please, can we clap for him? Prof has said if you don't clap very well, he won't come here. And we'll have Dr. Emmanuel Udekwe. He will chair the second, so we'll have it the same time. He will be chairing the section on network governance and development, gender and development. So let's put our hands together for Dr. Emmanuel. You know, he came all the way from South Africa to join us. So let's put our hands together for him. So for all those whose sub-theme falls within this sub-themes that I've mentioned, decolonizing governance through local content, network governance and development, and gender and development, please, can you make your way up here? Let me see if I can try to identify them. We have, okay, Bright has presented virtually. Ambrose Egwim. Is Ambrose Egwim here? Ambrose Egwim, I know he was here earlier. Oh, please help me call Ambrose Egwim outside. He's to present. Ambrose Egwim. Evans has presented also online. Ferguson Onwebu, network governance. We have Eugene. Oh, Eugene has presented online also. John Bosco Alice. Is John Bosco Alice here? John Bosco Alice? John Bosco Alice, if you're here, please join us up here. Egwim, are you Egwim? Okay, you've presented before. No, not 2 times. If you don't have any new paper to present. Are you presenting, sir? Okay, please sit down. Is Akindoyi Dare Isaac here? Maybe it's presented online. Olive, is Olive here? Is Zika? You're presenting together, okay? So it appears we only have one physical presentation. Oh, you're presenting, sir? Are you standing in for somebody? Yeah, please. Sorry, sir. Your paper was omitted from, so please, you're making your presentation. Please sit down, sir. Yes. So, for the benefit of those who just walked in, please, if your paper falls within the sub-themes, you are expected to walk up to the podium because it is time for you to make your paper presentation. If your paper falls within decolonizing governance through local content, network governance and development, gender and development. Dr. Akie, yes, you're supposed to be presenting too. Dr. Akie Hart, please join the panelists, please. And then tomorrow we'll be having the last panel session, and we'll be taking the sub-team human capital and indigenous entrepreneurship. And then we'll have the closing formalities. So please, we're all encouraged to be here on time so that we can finish that session and then hand over the certificates to all participants. At this point, I will hand over. So we'll have 2 chairs for this session. We have Professor Priye Inokoba and Dr. Emmanuel. So I'll hand over the microphone to them. Both of them will co-chair these 2 sessions. Thank you so much. Okay.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We thank you all for being here today. My name is Dr. Emmanuel, all the way from University of Western Cape, South Africa. I came in the same school with Professor Ile. It's quite awesome to be here. Thank you very much. We're here to chair the two themes, me and Professor. So, how many people are presenting? We have 3, right? So I'm here to chair on networking, right? I'm Prof is network governance. I'm Prof is on the first one. So Prof, you start.
Good afternoon, everybody. I remain Priye Inokoba. A privilege to share this section of the conference. What I have under my jurisdiction is decolonizing governance through local content. How many of the presenters fall within this? Okay. Okay, I want to start up with the person on my immediate left. Larry, you are to introduce yourself and your topic. Then you have, I'll give you 10 minutes. Then the engagement will another 5 minutes. So your time starts now.
Thank you, Chairman, for the opportunity. Owintomra, my paper is a joint one co-authored by Dr. Zibima Tubodanyefa. I'll do the presentation. My name is Owintomra Larry from the Department of Political Science, NDU, Bayelsa State. Our paper is captioned The Intersection of Social Protection and Human Capital Development in Bayelsa State, a study of the Yenagoa metropolis. Now, traditional security is centered on the maintenance of the state apparatus at the expense of the holistic well-being of the people. That makes it very imperative to shift discussions of security from just merely protecting the apparatus of the state towards ensuring that the well-being of the people is enhanced to enable them contribute meaningfully towards the development of society. In recent times, social protection has been reimagined and reappraised as a major driver of development due to its role in enhancing economic resilience, inclusive development in the society by mitigating the negative impact of poverty, inequality, and vulnerability. Unemployment, underemployment, and employment in low productive role are some of the major drivers of pervasive poverty in Nigeria. And also, the literature noted that climate change and conflict in all parts of Nigeria have pervaded the national life of the Nigerian state and also eroded our social fabric. Orobun and Adeleke in 2024 said, given this precarious condition, the implementation of effective social protection programs becomes very, very important to alleviate the negative impact of poverty and inequality that affect certain sections of the population. Arising from the above, this paper tried to contextualize the application of the capabilities framework in order to see whether the capabilities of the people of Bayelsa, particularly those within the Yenagoa metropolis, can be enhanced to enable them contribute meaningfully towards the development of the society in a participatory manner. Now, the paper is divided into 5 sections, beginning with this brief introduction. The second session examines the historical background, where we started by looking at the geographical location of Bayelsa State, and also the historical background of Bayelsa State. Then thereon, we proceeded to look at the conceptual frameworks. We also look at the empirical framework, then the theoretical framework. The study applied the capabilities framework as developed by Sin and Nussbaum in the 1980s as a framework of analysis. The capabilities approach tried to shift the discussion much more away from just mere economic terms in ensuring that the well-being of the people, the all-round well-being of the people, is addressed holistically. Because you cannot talk about human capital development or sustainable development without addressing these various components that make up the total security system in a place. Because you have to first talk of the protection of the people, the security of the people, before you can talk of sustainable or human capital development. The study in a methodology, maybe by way of a brief explanation, but what we mean by social protection is these are private and public measures aimed at preventing, managing, and overcoming situations that negatively impact the well-being of the people in society. That is what this study considers as social protection. It comprises policies and programs that are aimed at reducing poverty and vulnerability in the society. Then maybe human capital refers to the capabilities, the skills and abilities possessed by people in a given population that enables them to contribute toward the development of society in a democratic manner. The method and material of the study made use of descriptive design and a blend of stratified and purposive sampling techniques. Is an hybrid work, a combination of both qualitative and quantitative. So data for the study was by questionnaire and also complemented by secondary sources of data collection. Table 6 and 7 highlighted the breakdown of the information. And in our discussion of findings, from the finding, it was discovered that social protection has actually acted as a major driver of human capital development within the Yenagoa metropolis. Now, one of the measures the study where the authors adopted in driving home analysis and realization of the objective of the study is the level of school enrollment. And these are aligned with studies conducted by Dahl in 2024 and also Anusek and Wolfman in 2029. In their separate studies, they maintain that social protection programs through the instrumentality of educational subsidies help the vulnerable and the low-income population to acquire skills needed to actualize their potentials and to enable them contribute towards the development of society. In conclusion, the study concludes that social protection actually plays a prominent role, a veritable role, in promoting human capital development. By recommendation, in view of the above, we recommended that adequate funding should be made available and be captured in the annual budget in ensuring that the programs and policies of the government aim at mitigating the negative impact of poverty, inequality, and vulnerability are being sustained. And also there should be a mechanism in place in ensuring that these funds are applied effectively and efficiently. Thank you very much. Shall we put our hands together for him? Well, I want to hear from the response from the congregation to based on looking at what he has presented before I say anything about the paper. So let me ask for intervention from the colleagues that are here.
Right, so
Any questions?
Yes, let me respond.
Okay.
Okay, based on your studies, sir, you talked about social security, right? And if I actually got you right, or if I understand where you're driving at, I think is ensuring is an attempt, either strategic attempt by the government to see how they can reduce certain pressures and help the vulnerable amongst us to come up. So does your study actually take population imbalances into consideration? Like, we have a lot of porosity in Nigeria. So sometimes when they talk about some of this social security, it's keep a beat in my heart because I know that we actually don't know who are Nigerians here and who are not. And due to our porosity, when some of these policies are actually being initiated, sometimes there's a misplacement of priority. So if we have a strong system that actually give accounts and that actually knows how many person that comes in and how many person that leaves, then some of this program will work. Because right now, we've not done a population census for a very long time. So we don't even know how many persons are in Nigeria. So do your findings or research actually take this into consideration, like population per head counts? Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other comments or question? Hello. I want at least one other question before we say anything, then we round up this aspect of it, then we go to the next paper.
Thank you for your presentation. I'm trying to find out your topics on social protection and human capital. Can you kind of tell me the relationship between those two words? How do you relate both of them? Huh? Yeah, can you kind of tell me how they relate and how to deal with both at the same, in your paper? Thank you very much.
Okay, to contribute to the paper, I want to appreciate the effort of the presenter, Larry. I appreciate his definition of what security is all about. Security is beyond protection of the state and government structures. It is about the people. Once it can capture the people, we have missed it, because it is the well-being of the people that ensures the security of the state. Beyond that, as it regards to the social protection program, I hope you are able to identify several of the social protection programs in Bayelsa State. Then you should be also able to explain how this has impacted on human capital development. I want you to also to justify your reason for picking Yenagoa as your case study. Out of the 8 local governments, I was thinking you pick one senatorial zone, but I don't, because picking only Yenagoa doesn't really reflect. Can you use Yenagoa to generalize, to cover the remaining 7 local governments that makes up Bayelsa State? Your response. Thank you, Prof. I came across a study that I think I was privileged to review the paper. It's dealt with orphanage and social care support system. And now the justification for using Yenagoa, that brings me back to your question. The justification for using Yenagoa is Yenagoa, as the major capital city in Bayelsa State, has the largest concentration of people. So that makes it that makes it possible for me to use the population of Yenagoa. Because if you look at Yenagoa is like a convergence of people from different parts of Bayelsa State. There is no local government that is not represented in Bayelsa State. I think that is one of the reasons that informed my using of Yenagoa as the study case point. Then, sir, your question that I think while I was presenting my paper, I tried to explain what social protection is all about within the context of this study and also human capital development. And I also try to relate that. So please do me a favor to refer back to the paper if you can. I will give you access to the paper. Okay, maybe if you are not satisfied with that. And now when the relationship between social protection and human capital development, when you enhance the capacities of the people, it becomes, that helps them, that also in a way, contribute meaningfully towards the development of society. So such programs are aimed at bolstering the resilience of the people, and, in the wake of disasters, natural disasters, and other socioeconomic shocks in the society. So those protections, by helping to strengthen the capacity of the people to counteract the negative impact of those occurrences, actually helps them, helps to improve their human capital base. And that is why I also outline the various social protection programs. Now, the different programs addresses different aspects of the well-being of people. So by so doing, it helps them to, to boost their capacity. And I drew that from the capabilities approach, which I said earlier on. Thank you, sir. Then back to the question, your question of database. Actually, if you are being observant of what is going on, now the federal government is trying to tie the delivery of social protection programs with the centralized database. Yes, the population figure of Nigeria is subjected to argument on heated debate now because there is no settled, for now, we are still making reference to the 2006 population census, and there are contestations from different sections of the nation regarding the outcome of that. But beyond that, I think there is a centralized database, and that is why the federal government is now tying it. If you look at most of them, we went in course of our study, we had interface with some of these key agencies that are rolling out this program, and we see that one of the requirements is in the national identification number. So that one tells who actually is in a low income position or who actually is a Nigerian and a non-Nigerian. Thank you very much.
Can we put our hands together for him? I would advise that you take some of these comments, look how you can improve the work so that it be good enough for us to publish. I'll now invite the next presenter. I expect that you tell us your name and your paper, then you will also have 10 minutes to deliver what you have. Thank you very much.
I am Akie Opwene-Hart from the Political Science Department of the University of Port Harcourt. The topic of my paper is Human Rights, Globalization, and Sustainable World Peace. We all are aware that human rights is talking about our inalienable fundamental rights like freedom and protection that we're entitled to because we're human beings. And they are encompassing civil, political, economic, social, and cultural rights. And when we say freedom of expression, freedom of movement, these are our fundamental human rights. However, there are limitations to all this freedom that we enjoy under fundamental human rights. The limitations are from the fact that you cannot enjoy your own freedom while you are impacting negatively on the freedom of another person. Then also, if we look at the second aspect also, globalization, which refers to the increasing interconnectedness and interdependence of nations through same economic, political, technological, cultural exchanges. And we can see that there is a connection between the two. The connection between globalization and human rights is that it is the international platform that has given us the opportunity to advocate for human rights across the globe. We have the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. It's an international platform. And each time that is what we are citing. And we have the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights. It's also an international platform. So the international platform that globalization provides us gives us the platform to advocate and give us also the institution like the International Court of Justice that will enforce that human rights is ensured all over the globe. However, just as the globalization is having a positive effect of bringing economic growth in terms of technological transfer, technological shift, it's also having negative impact in terms of the inequalities that is threatened, in terms of our trading with a foreign denomination like pounds, dollars, and our naira is very, very weak. And the people that own this currency, they enjoy advantage over us. So globalization is having two coins, both the good and the bad. But however, if you take the good aspect, you can see that today the Ogoni struggle is hard. Why? It is because of the internationalization of that struggle. The problem of the Niger Delta people about environmental degradation is hard because of the platform of globalization. So globalization is good because of this interconnectedness, because of this interdependence. And now, if we look at the two now, we look at globalization and human rights, we can see that globalization ensures that our human right is protected in terms of these international institutions that we use for advocacy. Just like also globalization, according to the Dependency School of Thoughts, is leading to the poverty from the center to the periphery. So it has to. So now, the third aspect, the third leg, which is a sustainable world peace. Do we have sustainable world peace? It is a work in progress. It's an illusion to talk about sustainable world peace. But basically, having seen the good and the bad of globalization, so this work now examine the nexus between the three and found out that globalization is good if it is well channeled, and it is also bad if it is not well channeled. So our position on this paper is that basically that while we are advocating for universal application of basic rights, we should also look into local peculiarities like the culture of the people. I want to give a specific example. Now, if we want to talk about feminism now, as on the universal platform, they talk about equality of all. So, but now, if we start advocating equality for all, it may sound appropriate abroad to advocate because they have a relative, at least the disparity is not much. But in the developing countries, where the disparity is so much, so if we start talking about equality, what happens? If you give the male and the female equal treatment, what happens? We will reinforce inequality that's already existing. So if we're advocating for equality in the developed countries, we should say there should be a deliberate effort to do bias in favor of the women in the developing countries to enable them to catch up with their male counterparts. Then when there's a relative balance, you can now start talking about equality for all. So what this paper is all about is that it's recommending that globalization is having the endogenous and the exogenous variable of it. That as we advocate using international platform to advocate for human rights, we should look at the cultural peculiarities So that in terms of application, while the standards are one in terms of the big picture, but in terms of implementation, let us look at what is peculiar to each region, what is peculiar to each people, so that they will not feel alienated by it. So we're recommending a combination of having these universal declarations, universal advocacy, and taking it down to the level where we'll have local peculiarities. So you can see that the absence of human rights, what will it lead to? It will lead to instability. There will be no peace. So there's a relationship between human rights and world peace. So if you look at the problem in Syria, the Syrian crisis, it is because of the absence of human rights. And the conflict was internationalized. And several international actors entered into it. And by the time we knew, it became a big problem. And also the problem in Gaza also is also the same issue. So when we say that peace is the absence of, when we say peace is the absence of conflict, that is the traditional perception. But we should go beyond that to also look at it. Even if there is no violence, are the people happy? So in the summary, I will say that when there is a human rights, then the people will be happy and the chances of stability will be there. But the absence of human rights will lead to instability. And using the global platform, we can be able to advocate for universal application.
Can we put our hands together for him? You are trying to connect three variables at the same time, human rights, globalization, and global peace. It's quite an interesting topic. I want response from colleagues here. So let's see how we can help him improve on that paper so we can move on. Questions, comments? At least 2 responses will be okay. Anyway, let me adopt your style. Any comments, sir? I'll point at you. That's your style. Say something about the paper. You have listened to the presenter.
Just to say that you have dragged me into making comments. Anyway, that's okay. I want to only say that, like you said, you are interrogating 3 variables. Ensure that these variables are well connected. Ensure that you are able to discuss them properly. Ensure that your literature covers all of them, and ensure that your findings actually tally with all of them. And it should bring some fresh thought to the discussion. That's what will make it properly original. But just again to say that I know that while you were presenting, we know that usually we always make some minor errors. I believe that they are not appearing in the paper. I just believe so. Thank you and God bless you.
Thank you, Prof. Any other intervention? I will call the second person. Okay, there's a hand there.
Yes, thank you very much, presenter and members of the IT.
Please, your name.
My name is Professor Emmanuel Wona.
Thank you, sir.
Political Science Department, Faculty of Social Sciences, University of Port Harcourt. Although I wasn't there when the presenter started, I walked in almost at the tail end of the paper, but I was able to get something, particularly with the topic, globalization, human rights, and global peace, exactly. And in this kind of interconnectivity, normally in research, we look at the dependent and the independent variable. I think that global peace largely is dependent on the other 2 variables. So our ability to actually ensure that globalization can achieve, equal rights is what is important here. Because if you look at the fact that globalization is an offshoot of a capitalist tendencies, capitalist economy. And when you look at it, you discover that you have those discriminatory tendencies, attached to globalization. So I think that the researcher, maybe going through his work, would have looked at ways of ensuring that, we divorce these discriminatory tendencies, anti-democratic tendencies, which of course are there to deny the rights of some nations, particularly most of the third world countries. So if that is the case, I wonder how that will be achievable to bring about global peace. So I'm thinking that there should be very, very potent recommendations as to how we can, tame, I want to use the word tame globalization and its discriminatory tendencies. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much. That's a good one. I hope that you have taken the concerns of Prof. What I want to say, I have one or two concerns too. Globalization has different impacts on different parts of the world. My argument generally, when I talk about globalization, I'll tell you that it has created an island of wealth, riches, while at the same time it has created an ocean of poverty and wants, especially in the southern hemisphere. Then when we talk about, and it has an integrating, it's a very contradictory process. It integrates at the same time, it also creates differences among different societies of the world. My worry is about the way we conceive human rights in Africa, in most African societies, is different from the way the Western world see it. That difference, if globalization want to present the Western interpretation of human rights, not so in this part of the world, because we are not as atomized as America and Europe. We are not. We still have a little bit of the group influence on what we do. We consider the group, the community we belong to. So we still do things in that manner. So the group interest is also a right, which this idea of human rights being fostered on us, and when I say us, I mean Africans, there is a disconnect. Like the whole idea of the right for you to have the right to same-sex marriage, I don't think it's something that is part of us. We'll keep on fighting against it. I know that you have one or two African societies that may have tolerated it or accepted it, but generally it is not in our image, and that has been a problem. So that disconnect, that difference in interpretation of what human right means must be clearly stated in your work, and you must find a way around it to see how globalization impacting on human rights can lead to global peace. I don't know whether I have any response before we go to the next.
Thank you for the contributions. It has improved my work. My work is work in progress. But I also mentioned it, that globalization is having two phases. While it promotes progress, development, prosperity, that at the same time also it promotes inequality. So based on the contribution that has been made, it will reinforce what I said earlier on. And also, in my recommendation, I said that as much as we're looking at the big picture during our platform at the global level, that we should also take into consideration the local cultural peculiarities in terms of the delivery. And I use, the feminist advocacy for, equality. to show that we cannot have one universal one that we use in the developing country and the developing country, develop and developing country. So all the contributions is well noted. So I will expand the cultural peculiarities that is already there in the work. Thank you. It will enrich the work more.
I put the hands for Dr. Opoene. Opoene, thank you very much. For our next two other editions, I'll hand over to my colleague here, Dr. Emmanuel, to take charge.
Thank you very much, Prof. We have two other guys here to present their work. I'll give you 10 minutes, please. Please, 10 minutes, not more than 10 minutes, and 5 minutes for questions and response and answer. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Chinedu Eti from Babcock University, and the title of our work is, by the way, I'm presenting with Olive Ezezika. Olive just graduated, my undergraduate student. So this work is born out of her research just very recently. We're presenting on femicide in Nigeria, interrogating the achievement of Sustainable Development Goal 5 on gender equality. Now, the curiosity around this work is on the fact that there has been a rising incidence of the crime of femicide in Nigeria, particularly in Ogun State and Lagos State. But our emphasis is actually on Ogun State. Fortunately, do I say fortunately? That's where my university is located and the environment, the community where we live. It's been distressing. I mean, people will hardly not stay up late, at night just to be secured, from the Yahoo boys, because Ogun State has the highest record of Yahoo boys. Research has that. And the modus of their operation in terms of wealth generation has to do with ritual killing. And the female gender has been one of the victims, for this. And so literature notes that the crime of femicide is not a random one. It's not also a sudden thing. It's actually a gradual thing, that graduates from sexist jokes, hyper masculinity, and some kind of gradual violences that would have gone unreported, and people just say, oh, okay, it's fine. And frankly, if you interact with some of these female folks, some of them, some prefer their boyfriends to beat them up, especially when they are messing up. I've heard that a lot of times, And so that gradually, when that festers for a long time, the male gender take advantage of that. Another thing that has also reinforced this crime is the misogyny, where the social media has also accentuated and emboldened the male gender, to take undue advantage of the female gender. For the purpose of this study, femicide has been conceptualized as the killing of women and girls for ritual purposes. Radford and Russell in their seminar work has actually expanded on this definition to include some other crimes as incest, rape, torture, sexual slavery, physical and emotional battery, female genital mutilation, unnecessary gynecological operations, and cosmetic surgery that usually leads into death. All right. So when these issues lead to death, then they constitute the crime of femicide. That being said, it then means, from the perspective of Radford and Russell, that it is not only the male gender that commits the crime of femicide, even the female gender too, because sometimes we hear of body part enlargement, and sometimes the surgery goes bad, and then they develop, issues, and then they die as a result of that. However, that's not a concentration for this study. It is to say that the crime of femicide is actually on the fact that the female gender is being killed for ritual purposes. 3 research questions guide this study. 1, what are the factors that are responsible for the crime of femicide? 2, how effective are the current laws and policies in preventing the crime of femicide? And 3, how can these laws be further improved? This study is anchored on the human security theory espoused by the United Nations Development Program in 1994. Amartya Sen and Mabohak has actually expanded more on this theory. The emphasis is a shift from the security of the state, all right, to include individuals, especially in terms of protecting them from a range of threats and violences. And the theory is actually well situated for this study, especially in terms of protecting the female gender. Now, statistically, looking at global statistics, Africa has a very high rate of femicide. For a population of about 1,000, 2.9, out of it constitute 2.9 out of that population have been involved in the crime of femicide, the lowest being Europe. Now, in Nigeria, Ogun State has recorded the highest rate of the crime of femicide. All right, this is as at the data of 2024. And in October alone, 20 crimes were committed. I mean, we read in the pages of the newspapers about how these things have happened. And that's why our emphasis has actually been on the crime, the Ogun State particularly. The research has also demonstrated some case studies, like we find in the full paper about females that have been involved in the crime of femicide. Now, the factors that drive this crime are multifaceted, ranging from systemic failures to cultural stigmatizations to patriarchal norms, and then socioeconomic factors. And the paper has actually also taken time to expound on these drivers of the crime of femicide. Now, where this comes to table is on the fact that as we approach SDG 2030 in the next 5 years, we see that there's a worrying situation. I mean, we're just 5 years away, from the global agenda, and we still see the rise of this crime, on another hand. And then that brings to question about how ready, Nigeria is in achieving SDG Goal 5, especially target 5.2, which is to eliminate all forms of gender violence, against women, and girls. Nigeria has ratified CEDAW, Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women. Nigeria has also enacted the 2015 Violence Against Persons Prohibition Act of 2025, which of course the 36 states, of the Federation have maybe not fully ratified. A few states have put into action these states. And then we notice that even though Nigeria has ratified these instruments, there are gaps. Okay, there are legal and policy gaps. And one fact that needs to be emphasized here is that Nigeria does not have a specific law on femicide. You have laws against crimes generally, and which of course the weight of this crime is not such that it should be enveloped, in the general laws. Just like what we have in some part of the Americas, Mexico, for instance, they have a specific law for the crime of of femicide. We also have institutional weaknesses, especially where the police system, cannot be trusted. And this is also with some kind of relationship with the cultural norms. Some of these cases are dismissed as family matters, and then they are asked to go and they settle back at home, when it's actually a big issue. And then the other gap is data deficiency. So the crime of femicide is underreported. Very underreported. Where these issues are reported, they are not really given the weight. We conclude that we are not just hoping to achieve SDG Goal 5, but it's also the intention of this paper to see that women and girls are protected. And our recommendation primarily is that Nigeria should enact a femicide law. That way, we'll begin to say that we are beginning to make a bold step towards achieving SDG Goal 5. Thank you.
Chinedu, for the awesome presentation. I'm gonna throw the ball onto the
specific laws, that there are no specific laws that connects to the issues of femicide. And I have a struggle, in as much as I understand that the issues of femicides are germane. Do we necessarily need specific laws for this issue, for us to arrest this issue, considering that we have criminal laws, we have our criminal codes, and there are other issues that, so for instance, the Nigerian police is chasing the twin issue, which is Yahoo boys for personal gains around streets. We are not aware that there are any laws saying that police must focus on Yahoo boys. So should we be talking about implementing the law? Should we be talking about should we be talking about implementing the law, or necessarily talking about, because for me, should the police and other law enforcement agencies do their jobs, we don't necessarily need a law specifically focused on issues of femicides. And you agree with me, over Nigeria, we have lots of laws. When I was speaking, I talked about Climate Change Act. We just keep domesticating stuff and we don't implement them. Shouldn't we be talking more about implementation than creating more law?
My name is Ambrose Egwim. This is just for clarification and as a worried the person. When I listen to news about wars, the United Nations always talk about women and children killed. Now you are studying about femicide as if men are not big. What term do you use to clarify when men are killed, or are they abandoned? I mean, is there any way to explain when men are killed? Yes, that's my question. One is, why is study of this always called, wars, always studying women and children killed? Then now you are interested in women femicide, and there's a term for it, femicide. Is there any term for killing of men Or are they sacrificial animals or lamb? That is all. Thank you.
Chinedu, thank you very much for your presentation. But I think my mind was running very wild as you were doing your presentation. On one hand, I am wondering if femicide does not have a contest in sexual and reproductive health or gender violence. I'm wondering if it doesn't have a contest in that. If it does, there are laws already against gender laws on gender violence, against gender violence. So is it not possible to deploy such laws? But I also agree with you, on the other hand, that it may be very important to have specific laws on femicide, given its orientation. And now this is very much associated with Yahoo practice. And then look at the social context of the practice of Yahooism, if you like, in Nigeria. Young boys, even here in Uniport, we see them and have the impression that they are here. There are very many. Yet the police is not doing enough to tackle it, because I hear that they transfer a lot of money to the police whenever they are caught on the road. So this is really a problem, a social problem. And for women and girls to be victims, I think it's a real cause for concern. So I want to agree with you that, yes, we need some specific laws to tackle this. And such laws must be exhaustive enough to even capture the contribution of law enforcement agents, to this crime. Because if the law enforcement agents are not doing enough to tackle this, but I think even the civil society should see this as an advocacy issue, because women and girls, we are talking about, so within the context of sexual and reproductive rights of women, don't you think your paper should relate to it? Because it's a violation of women's rights. When you can simply catch a woman and take off body parts, or catch a girl and take off body parts for the purpose of ritual, for financial gains, it's a big crime. So I think it also falls within that context of sexual and reproductive rights of women.
Thank you, Prof. I don't think you're far from where I would like to take the conversation. And I want to thank you for identifying this particular topic. We can make light of it, but it is a very serious matter, an extremely serious matter. I tell you from a South African point of view, you would know, Dr. Emmanuel, we're dealing with a difficult situation where femicide is out of control, where the president even now admits that this is a crisis we have on our hands. A young lady who's just going for a drink with a young man that she has met online or whatever the case might be, may never come home again. And he's not taking the body part in this instance. He just kills her and walks away. There are many people with a lot of mental problems, and they find that the females are the weaker sex to deal with and sort of pour their frustrations on. We cannot look away. I mean, Nigeria may not be where we are in terms of the statistics. I would have liked to know that. but you have said that the data is not quite forthcoming. I think that's an important start point, because if we're going to get policy to work for us, it needs to be evidence-based. So we need to make sure that we have the data to support this position that you're saying. But the point to be said is that it is an issue which need not get out of hand before we react as Nigeria. Look around African countries, there are instances, your paper didn't go there, but there are instances where femicide is a major challenge. If you look at Africa's population is majorly women. And if the women are endangered, then Africa's development is endangered, you know. So I totally agree with your viewpoint of pushing the fact that this issue needs to be highlighted, resourced, and focused in. It is not enough to have it as part of the criminal other policies that we may have. It will get lost in translation. Yeah. Anything that you want to pay attention to, you want to segment that so that you can provide the resources, capabilities that the system requires to make sure that things happen. Yeah. So I stand different from some colleagues, and I want to make it that it is not a matter to be made light. Yeah. Many lives have been lost with no explanation. Because I give you the South African instance where you can see what is the gain in this girl being killed. And in many instances, these young ladies, it's not like they are not educated. This child has taken every precaution in the book. Listen, I met this fellow. This is where we're going. We're going to a public place. And then when we're coming from the public place, I'm going to drive in my own car, but the fellow tells her. You know, so if you follow the cases, the child has not been irresponsible in any form or shape or form that you say she did not do her homework. She was just going out with somebody she met, you know? So I would like for us to please not take this issue lightly. Yes, it is at the heart of Africa's development because majority of Africans are women. We cannot talk about development of the continent and leave out majority of the Africans. If we're going to move Africa forward, we need to utilize all of Africa's resources, including its women, to advance development. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. I totally agree with the interventions that have been made by my two colleagues here. But there is a problem. I'm just reasoning. The problem will then be who is to implement those laws? Who is to implement them? Because if we say we should do specific all of this, which is important, we believe that it will be this focus. But who will then implement the laws? So that brings us to the problem wherein, because again, as the female gender is being killed, the same way they kill the male gender for parts and all that. So are we going to then also then mainstream another specific law for the male gender, okay, and then for the female? But again, ultimately, the problem is who will do the implementation? Who will, because again, oftentimes laws are there, but then implementation is there problematic. It is at that point, again, we are not going to, for example, let me borrow the words of Peter Obi, who is not rocket science. But again, are we going to bring the people from heaven to implement the laws? This is where we have some problem. Thank you.
Yeah, sorry. Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much. Please forgive me for talking too much. Yes, about this is, you see, the patriarchal academic system that we have is a real problem for policy. You know, so we are fundamentally patriarchal as researchers. We are also very patriarchal in our practice of pedagogy. This is where Africa is, but I think it's not just an African problem. I think policy-wise, it is widely acknowledged that implementation of policy is a major problem. So where is the place of advocacy? You know, how do we turn our research into the kind of knowledge that helps policy through advocacy? How do we retool yes, how do we retool our practice of academics and production of knowledge to influence policy? So as academics, we have a role. We must begin to see how we can connect knowledge production with the policy making and implementation process. It is at that point that we can say, yes, we're making progress. But we cannot also have all this happen in a moment. It's a process. So as academics, as we begin to see the role that we ought to be playing and begin to play such roles when it comes to the policy process, using the knowledge that we produce, we will see these things happen piecemeal, and it doesn't matter how small. Already things are changing for women, because even in Nigeria, there are no laws preventing women from achieving the best that they can achieve. But we are the real problems in our attitudes. The patriarchy that exists on our inside and in our relations with women is the problem.
All right, thank you. First, I want to agree with the presenter that there should be specific laws with regard to femicide. The reason is simple, and that is the fact that if you have a case where somebody was caught in the act and you take to court, and there in the argument in the courtroom, if you don't have any specific law, a very intelligent lawyer may wriggle out of it, and then his client will be discharged and acquitted for a crime that has been committed. That's from point of law. And again, when he was presenting, I was trying to hear whether he mentioned the economic factor, and I had. Luckily, he said that. And I want to also emphasize that that's a very, very important factor. If you have treated that with brevity, just please emphasize on that. Because you know that Marx said the economy is the substructure upon which the superstructure lies. And that is quite instrumental. Man's consciousness is determined by his material condition. And any man can do anything humanly possible to survive if the sources of livelihood are threatened. And that's exactly what's happening. So until we begin to address such, socioeconomic issues that he raised in his paper, we may not achieve anything to that effect. Again, is the fact that beyond promulgation of laws, is also about implementation. And that's where I want to also suggest that the nature and character of Nigerian state should also be brought to focus. The nature and character of Nigerian state. Like one of our colleagues rightly pointed out, who will implement? Implementation, of course, has to do with the actors of the Nigerian state and all those institutions and agencies of the state. And these institutions and agencies of state, do not exist in a vacuum. They are personified, right? They are personified. And what is the behavior of those who occupy the institutions of the states and these agencies? And that's where behavioralism comes into play. So we must begin to address these fundamental issues. The nature and character of the Nigerian state, characterized by prevalent hostile values and norms. We need to address that. Again, it's also the fact that I want to also address the women folk, it has been the argument that, women are marginalized, women are this, women have done that. Sometime I wrote a paper and I tried to have a paradigm shift from all these conventional arguments. You recall that what happened in 1929 when the Aba women, took to the streets and challenged the authority of the colonial masters. I want to believe that some of them did not even go to primary school. I want to believe, as at that time. But now you have women who are educated, the conventional argument that, women are not educated, this and that. You have women who are, captains of the industries. Women are breadwinners. Women are professors everywhere.
Exactly. So I think that that's, advocacy should first of all also start with women. What are they doing in this regard? So advocacy from women should be a very potent factor. Let them start it. Let them start it, exactly. And then that's also be institutional based, like in your Babcock. You should also recommend to the authorities, start something that can create consciousness with the women folk. She just mentioned that you saw somebody on Facebook and you are going out to have a drink without knowing, the personality of the person. What are you trying to do? So if that consciousness is created at the level of the institutions where we have our female folk, I think it will go a long way to solve this problem. Thank you very much.
Prof, thank you very much. And I just want to say one thing then so that we can move on. It has been a very interesting discourse, and we will keep on talking about it. And one person that also believes that women should be treated specially because our society is really a patriarchal society, and our policies are also colored by that perception. I strongly believe we have enough laws in this country to deal with this issue, the issue of femicide. And it's unfortunate that we don't have the kind of data we need, because for us to come to that level that is a femicide, because when you use the word femicide, my mind will automatically go to genocide or ecocide. So how widespread? So that information, the database is key. How widespread? Before we can say it has gotten to that extent. Then all of us, we all agree that we have a problem in enforcing our laws. It's a major problem. I was in this university in my second year. I still remember what late Professor Olakunle Ojo said. Director and prof. You still remember him, right? Olakunle Ojo, this university. He said something while we're in year 2. He said, the more laws we create, the more avenues we create for corruption. I've not forgotten that thesis. Why is this so? Because the person that is going to enforce the law will use this as an avenue for what? To line his pocket with money. Somebody just talk about the relationship between Yahoo boys and our police officers. They are friends. Big, good friends with good relationship. Once the young men can dole out money, they just go. And these officers are there specifically to check these boys. So that's my concern here. Thank you, sir.
Sorry, just let him, we have enough time. We only have one more person, so one more proposition.
Well, my name is
But it's the last one, though. Last one, please. Thank you.
Yeah, my name is Aro Chukwupo. Number one is that women should not be given special attention. Opportunity, we should create enabling ground for women to operate and develop their potentials. That's one. Two, I do not believe, let us not advance patriarchal argument by saying, let us not heap blames on women. We shouldn't heap blames on women. The fact that, for instance, you met somebody online and you went out with the person that day, it's not a justification that you should lose your life. We shouldn't, that is the kind of patriarchal mindset that creates problems for us. And we must always have laws. As far as society advances, so must laws be made. The problem of implementation is at a different level of challenge. Advocacy ideas should come to strengthen the mechanism for enforcement of laws. But laws is a continuous process. Now, one thing I want the paper to look into is that we should put into consideration at the background of the paper, the cultural background that informs some level of thinking, some level of attitude and mannerism. You know, I keep on telling people that Africa is not changing first thing tomorrow morning. It's a work in progress. Much has been done, much more will be done. The mindset, Prof. Allen made it clear. Patrick, the mindset You see, an average African, even as educated as some of us, as enlightened, we still perceive they receive this feeling that women are chattel. What I mean by chattel is part of property. In other words, that is why even among the Igbos, you can't ask a man, how many wives do you have? How many children do you have? Because culturally, acquiring wealth is a lifetime thing. You can't put a benchmark to it. Because a man who has 10 wives today can have 20 tomorrow, 30. So that mental construction is the underpinning factor. That sometimes even in our burial system, when sometimes they'll tell you it's a woman burial. This one is a man burial. There are attitudes to it. So it's an accumulation of these mental constructs that gives birth to some of the reactions. So examine the cultural foundations that give birth to this thing as a background to the work. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Sorry? Yeah, thank you very much. I hope you got all the information because we asking, give it, whatever we say here is just for him to fix, to make sure his paper, his document is no, we finished already. Yeah, for him to fix his paper for proper publication. But one thing I want to say is this issue of feminists, like countries like Tanzania, for example, where albinos are being killed, irrespective of being a male or a female. So what do we call that? It's still part of this kind of crime. So what we need is the implementation based on what everyone has said here. So in any case, you have something to say?
Just to say thank you, and I appreciate all the comments, and I'm going to take advantage of all of them to enhance the work. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Now we're going to the last person here to present his paper. I don't know. You can just introduce yourself.
Thank you, the chair and the professors here and my fellow participants. I'm here to present, or we are here to present a paper. Me and my name is Ferguson Onebu and Dr. Elizabeth Insurim on the topic Network Governance and Reliability Empowerment in Rivers State, a missing linkage of development. In the year 2024, the World Bank said that over 104 persons in Nigeria live above poverty line. And this data basically talked about the women and the vulnerable groups, and arising from social cultural norms, lack of access to quality healthcare and other social services, economic marginalization, and other financial support. This work actually situated its findings and its argument on the ground of Sustainable Development Goal 2030, having only 5 years, and which also emphasized Goal 5, the empowerment and inclusiveness of other vulnerable groups and women, which Rivers State is not exempted. So the work adopted stakeholder theory, and then the work has its findings. One, that the programs initiated by Rivers State government and other intervention agencies are not organized. So they are not properly organized and they are not yielding desired result. Two, that is fragmented. And three, that even the women and other vulnerable groups are not also included, uninclusive in decision making. Going by that, in the recommendation, the work has also said that since it's a systemic thing, that let there be a policy framework where the women and other vulnerable groups will be integrated into decision making, and then let there be coordination and other financial support in doing this. Thank you.
Wow, that's awesome, eh? We gave you 10 minutes and you did it in less than how many minutes? Thank you very much. I think we've heard what he presented here. What an awesome presentation. So now I throw it onto the board for the audience. At least we have enough time, maybe more than 5 minutes to respond to his question. So who is any audience? Sorry. Okay. Number one. Who else? So we only have one person. Then we are done for today. Okay. Two. Who else? Nobody else. Okay. Can you give him give Prof the remote? The microphone. Who has the microphone? Please give him this one.
All right, thank you very much. You see, it's very interesting when we gather like this to cross-fertilize ideas, you know. First, I wasn't quite clear with the topic. Did you say networking governance or network governance? Network governance. I want to believe that that concept is properly operationalized, because I've been trying to wrap my head on what you mean by network governance. At first, I was thinking it has to do with e-governance, but when you started talking, I shifted from there to mean that where you need to bring people, as many people, inclusiveness. Okay, and that's one. So we need very proper operationalization of that concept so that it will be clear in your work. Anybody reading your work will know that. Another one, again, is also to look at the statement of problem. You need to also do a very catchy and clear statement of problem so that we can flow alongside with that, because that's the basis for you to actually make very solid recommendations, because we are told in research that a problem identified is a problem half solved. But generally, when you talk about inclusiveness, I want to believe that it also has to do with, you know, the prevailing value systems and norms, especially from the fact that, you know, we talked about patriarchy in the last topic we were discussing. I think it's something that we need to do also with intensive and extensive advocacy for government policies and programs to be pro-poor, you know. But beyond that is also the fact that even though you bring males and females together, but the very, very dangerous, deleterious value system may not also allow us. We are seeing women who are also very corrupt, who served, for instance, the government in Nigeria. They're also very corrupt. So I think that we need to do a very, very thorough restructuring of our mindsets in order to have very proper and potent inclusive governance. Thank you very much.
Yes. Mine is just, I was just looking at the title of the work, and I think that there is a little problem, particularly when you say missing linkage of development. That area, I have a small problem with it. I was then going to look at it that why not title it this week: Network Governance and Vulnerability in Empowerment in Rivers State. You put a column and said the missing link in development. Grammatically and all that, it would appear to be balanced, more balanced, rather than taking it the way it is. Network governance and vulnerability empowerment in Rivers State. a missing linkage of development. I think that if you take it the way I have said, probably it does not take away any, sorry. You want me to recast it? Okay, I said network governance and vulnerability in empowerment in Rivers State. Then you make column, you put a column. I said the missing link in development. The missing link in development. It grammatically and otherwise appears more balanced than the other one. But it will not take away anything from the quality of your work. It can only add to it. Let me just stop here. Other things I will discuss with you later. Thank you.
Prof, thank you very much. I also want to thank my friend now, Ferguson. Your name is now a recurring decimal among us. But we are all here to learn. I think I want to learn something from you now. It's a question I want to ask you. And I want you to clarify us because you said network governance and vulnerability empowerment. I have problem with that vulnerability empowerment. Can you just say something about it? Clear what? For me, I don't know of any other person. Help me understand what that means. Right. I believe one or two persons want to benefit. Just you have a minute. Just talk about it briefly. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. This is also work in progress. But what we're talking about vulnerability, we're not only talking about women here, we're talking about children and also those who are not partially disabled or incapacitated, so they could also be included in the governance and also be empowered. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much, everybody. Did you speak on behalf of other questions? Did you? Okay. Thank you very much. I think we have come to the end of our presentation. I think we need to hand over the microphone to the people in charge of the conference.
Okay, so please thank you so much. Let's put our hands together for the panelists. Thank you, Dr. Emmanuel. Thank you, Professor Priye. Thank you to all the panelists. Thank you for your wonderful paper presentations. We hope that the corrections are duly noted. Thank you. In some few minutes, we'll be rounding up. Permit me to invite Professor Fidelis Allen, the Director of the Center of Politics, to give us the concluding remarks. And then we'll proceed for our lunch and then close for the day. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I want to sincerely thank all of you for the patience and for the discussions, very useful, productive discussions that we have had today. You will agree with me that we have not wasted our time. The Maiden International Conference we have had really suggests that there's a lot more for us to do in the coming year. I want to thank you so far, and I want to appeal that tomorrow, being the final day of this conference, will actually determine the impact that we would have made with this conference. So we should be here We have certificates for participants, but we will issue them tomorrow. We want to be able to issue some policy statements based on the discussions we have had. We want to be able to articulate some policy statements and issue through the media to the public policy community. So I want to appeal that you come tomorrow and come early, and hopefully we shall be here, do the last things that we have to do, take our lunch, and then leave. So thank you very much, and God bless you. Can someone now help us with a closing prayer, because we've depended on God for the success of this conference? Someone should just volunteer. Okay, please.
Please, may we rise in honor of Jesus. Let's bow our heads in prayer. O most gracious Father, we thank you for bringing us this far in this international conference. You have been with us from inception to this moment. We thank you because you are the one that has strengthened us, given the knowledge that we have shared. We also thank you because as we depart, you are going with us. We are returning tomorrow. We commit tomorrow into your hands. You say the end of a matter is better than the beginning thereof. Tomorrow is the end, and we believe that you will make it better than the previous 2 days. Thank you, our Father. Blessed be your name. In Jesus' precious name, we are praying.
For lunch.